ባለው የእሴት ሰንሰለት ውስጥ ኢትዮጵያ የምትጠቀመው ከ10% አይበልጥም የሚሉ ጥናቶችም ያሳያል። ከ1%ም ጭምር አንዳንድ ማቴሪያሎች ቡና ላይ ሌሎች የቅባትና ቅመማ ቅመሞች ላይ ጭምር በእሴት ሰንሰለት ውስጥ የአፍሪካውያን ሀገራት አርሶ አደሮች በሚለፉት ልክ ተጠቃሚ እንዳልሆኑ ነገር ግን እነሱን ምርት ተቀብለው ለዓለም ገበያ የሚያቀርቡ አካላት ደግሞ የአንበሳውን ድርሻ የሚወስድ ትርፍ እያገኙ እንደሆነ የሚነሳበት ነውና አሁንም ይህንን ቀጥተኛ ያልሆነ ቅኝ ግዛት በመዋጋት ረገድ የፓን አፍሪካኒዝም እንቅስቃሴ የበለጠ የሚያብብበትና አፍሪካውያን እንግዲህ መሪዎች ተባብረው በወንድማማችነት ስሜት የአፍሪካን አህጉር ሀብት ለራሱ ለአህጉሩ ትሩፋት እንዲውል በማድረግ ረገድ የተጀመሩ እንቅስቃሴዎች አሉ። ከህብረቱ ፋይናንስ ጋር አያይዛችሁ ያነሳችሁት ጉዳይም እንግዲህ ከዚሁ ከኢኮኖሚ አንደምታ የሚርቅ አይደለምና አሁንም አፍሪካውያን ያላቸውን ሀብት በአግባቡ ከተጠቀሙ በእሴት ሰንሰለት ውስጥ ተጠቃሚነታቸው እየጎለበተ ከሄደና በድጋፍ ስም የሚመጡ ቀጥተኛ ያልሆኑ ቅኝ ግዛቶችን እንቢ የሚሉ ከሆነ የህብረቱን ፋይናንስ የመደገፍ አቅም አላቸው የሚል የዘርፉ ባለሙያዎች ብዙ ትንተናዎችን ያስቀምጣሉ። ነገር ግን አሁንም ህብረቱን በመደገፍ ስም እየመጡ ያሉ ቀጥተኛ ያልሆኑ በድጋፍ ስም የሚደረጉ በርካታ ተጽዕኖችን ማስታወስ እንችላለን። በተለያዩ አጋጣሚዎችና የእርዳታ ድርጅቶች፣ ሀገራት፣ ዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማት ጭምር በእርዳታ ስም የሚያሳድሩት ቀጥተኛ ያልሆነ ተጽዕኖ ያንተን ድምጽ በጉልህ ከማሰማት የሚያግድ የነሱን አጀንዳ እንድታራምድ የሚያስገድድ ሁኔታ አለና ከዚህ ለመላቀቅ እንግዲህ የአፍሪካውያን ሀገራት መሪዎች የህብረቱን ፋይናንስ የማጠናከር ሂደት ላይ ከዚህ በቀደምም በትኩረት መዋጮ በተገቢው መልኩ ሊቀመጥ እንደሚገባ ምንም እንኳን የተለያዩ መንጠባጠቦች ቢኖሩትም ይህን አስተካክሎ የህብረቱን ፋይናንስ በጽኑ መሰረት ላይ ለመገንባት አፍሪካ የራሷን ድምጽ የራሷን ሁኔታ በራሷ ለመወሰን ያግዛት ዘንድ ፋይናንስ ሌላኛው መሰረት ነው። ከሰላም ቀጥሎ ያለ መሰረት ነውና ፋይናንሱ ላይም በስፋት እንግዲህ በ38ኛው የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ይመከራል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። የሁለተኛው ምዕራፍ የአጀንዳ 2063ም ምናልባት ከዚሁ ጉዳይ ጋር ተያይዞ የሚነሱ ሀሳቦች ይኖራሉ። እንግዲህ ፍትህን ስናነሳ አጠቃላይ በአፍሪካ ላይ እየደረሱ ያሉ ተጽዕኖችን እዛው በስፍራቸው ለማስቀረት አሁንም ጭምር ካሳዎችን ጭምር ከዚህ በፊት ለደረሱ ጥፋቶች ፍትህ አልባ ሁነቶች ፍትህን ለማግኘት አፍሪካውያን ካሳ የሚጠይቁበት ሁኔታም ይኖራልና የ38ኛው አፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ፍትህን ጨምሮ አጠቃላይ የአህጉሪቱ ሁለንተናዊ ፖለቲካዊ ኢኮኖሚያዊና ማህበራዊ ጉዳዮች ላይ እንግዲህ በስፋት ይመክራል ተብሎ ነው የሚጠበቀው። ከጥቂት ደቂቃዎች በኋላም እንግዲህ ይጀመራል ተብሎ ነው የሚጠበቀው።
መልካም እንግዲህ እንደዚህ ለመጨመር ያህል አፍሪካ ብዙ መሻቶች፣ ብዙ ጥያቄዎች፣ ብዙ ፍላጎቶች አሏት። እነዚህ ፍላጎቶች እነዚህ ጥያቄዎች ለማሳካት እንግዲህ ቀጣይ የህብረቱ ኮሚሽነር ሆኖ የሚታጨው አካልም ትልቁ ኃላፊነት ይዛል ተብሎ ነው የሚጠበቀው። እንግዲህ 3 እጩዎች እንደቀረቡም ቅድም ባልደረቦቻችን ከቦታ ሆነው ያደረሱን መረጃ ያመላክታል። ከጅቡቲ፣ ኬንያ እንዲሁም ማዳጋስካር ናቸው። እንግዲህ የሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድን በመተካት ለቀጣዮቹ 4 ዓመታት የኮሚሽነር ሚናን የሚጫወቱት ናቸው። እንደሚታወቁ ሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድ ላለፉት 8 ዓመታት እንግዲህ አፍሪካ ህብረት ሊቀመንበር ሆኖ እንትን ብሏል። የዘንድሮ ምርጫ እንግዲህ ከምዕራብ አፍሪካ ናቸው ከምስራቅ አፍሪካ ናቸው የገቡት ማለት ነው የታጩት። ምክትሎቹ ደግሞ ከሰሜን አፍሪካ እንደሆኑ መረጃዎችም ያሳያሉ። እነዚህ ተመራጮች እሁድ ዕለት እንግዲህ ውጤቱ ይፋ ይደረጋል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። 36 ሀገራት ነው ድምጽ ማግኘት ያለባቸው መረጃው እንደሚያመላክተው ማለትም አንዱ ተወካይ የሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድ ቦታን ተክቶ ለማሸነፍ ካሉት 55 ሀገራት ውስጥ በድብቅ ነው ድምጽ የሚሰጠው። ከነዚህ ውስጥ የ36 ሀገራት ድምጽ ካገኘ እንግዲህ ቀጣይ ኮሚሽነሩ ነው የሚመጣበት ሁኔታ ይኖራል። ስለዚህ ያሏት የአፍሪካ ጥያቄዎች አጀንዳ 2063 ከማሳካትም የተቋማት ሪፎርም ውጤታማ ከማድረግ አንፃር የነዚህ ቦታ ተክቶ የሚመጣ አካላትም ሰፊ የሚባል እንቅስቃሴ ሊያደርግ ይገባል። የሱ ብቻ እንቅስቃሴ ሳይሆንም የሀገራት ድጋፍ እንዲሁም የተቋማት ድጋፍም ሊታከልበት የሚገባ ጉዳይ ነው። እነዚህ እጩዎች እንግዲህ ባለፉት ጊዜያት በቀጥታ ቲቪ ቀርበውም እንግዲህ ያላቸው ሀሳብ ቢመረጡ ምን ማድረግ እንደሚፈልጉም ያንጸባረቁበት ሁኔታ አለ። በአጠቃላይ ግን ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያ በዚህ ጋር መገንዘብ ያለብን ነገር ጉባኤው እንዴት መጠቀም አለባት የሚሉ ነጥቦች ይነሳሉ። ቅድም ሲል የውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስተር በተለያዩ ጊዜያት መረጃ ያሰራጨ ነበር። በዚህ ጉባኤ ውስጥ የሚወሰኑ የተለያዩ ውሳኔዎችና አቅጣጫዎች ይኖራሉ። እነዚህ አቅጣጫዎችና እነዚህ ውሳኔዎች የሀገራችን ብሔራዊ ጥቅም በሚያስጠብቁ መልኩ እንዲሄዱ ኢትዮጵያ ሰፊ የሚባል እንቅስቃሴም ታደርጋለች ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። ከዚህም አልፎ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ እንግዲህ ስፒች ያደርጋሉ ወይም ደግሞ ንግግር ያደርጋሉ ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። በንግግራቸው እንግዲህ ኢትዮጵያ በኢኮኖሚም በፖለቲካውም በሰላሙን ዘርፍ ያመጣቻቸው ውጤትና ቀጣይ ልሰራ ያሰበችውን ሀሳብም ያንጸባርቃሉ ተብሎ የሚጠበቅ ጉዳይ ይኖራል። በአጠቃላይ ግን በቱሪዝም ዘርፉ ፊንፊኔ እንግዲህ ምን ያህል አምራ እንዳለችም መታየት የሚገባው ጉዳይ ነው። የተለያዩ የመስህብ ቱሪዝም ቦታዎችም አሉ። ወደዛ ሄደው እንዲጎበኙም ጥሪ እየቀረበ ነው ያለው። ስለዚህ በተቻለ መጠን ሁሉ ዜጋም ይህ ጉባኤ ውጤታማ ሆኖ እንዲጠናቀቅ የድርሻው ሊወጣ ይገባል።
በተለይ ፊንፊኔ ቀደም ብለን እንዳነሳው ከጊዜ ወደ ጊዜ እየተሰራ ያለው ከኮሪደር ልማት ጋር የተያያዘውን ጉዳዮች እንኳን ብናነሳ በተለይ እንግዶችን ለመቀበል ዋናው የሚያስፈልገው ከሆቴል አገልግሎት ባሻገር የመንገዶች ነው። መመላለሻ መንገዶች ምቹ መሆን አለባቸው፣ ሰፊ መሆን አለባቸው። በርካታ እንግዶች እንደመሆናቸው መጠን እነዛን ነገሮች ማስተናገድ የሚችል በተለይ የአፍሪካ መዲናነትን የሚመጥን አቅም ይዛ እንድትወጣ ሰፊ ስራዎች ሲሰራ ነበረ። እንግዲህ በርካታ ዘርፈ ብዙ የሆነ ጠቀሜታዎች ይኖሩታል። አንድም ከገጽታ ግንባታ አንጻር የተለያዩ የአፍሪካ ሀገራት እዚህ ላይ እንደመገኘታቸው፣ ሁለትም የዓለም ትኩረት በተለይ የህብረቱ ላይ እንደሚሆን ይታወቃልና ከዚህ አንጻር ሰፊ ጠቀሜታ ይኖረዋል ብለን ማንሳት እንችላለን። በተለይ ደግሞ በዚህ ጉባኤ ላይ የሚነሳው የፍትሃዊነት ጉዳይ ቀደም ብሎ ተሼክ አነሳው የቆዳ ቀለም ጋር ተያይዶ የሚደረግ ብቻ ሳይሆን በተለይ የሀብት ፍትሃዊነት ፍትሃዊ የሆነ የሀብት ተጠቃሚነት በተለያዩ አጋጣሚዎች ከተለያዩ ሀገራት መጥተው ኢንቨስት የማድረግ እድል ሊኖራቸው ይችላል። ነገር ግን ሙሉ ለሙሉ የአፍሪካን ሀብት አሟጦ ተጠቅሞ እነሱ የሚበለጽጉበት አፍሪካ ወደ ባሰ ችግር የምትገባበት ሁኔታዎች እንዳይፈጠሩ መረጋጋት ያለው ኢኮኖሚ እንዲፈጠር የነጻ ንግድ ቀጠናም እየተጀመረ ያለበት ሁኔታ አለ። በተለይም ወደ ድሬዳዋ ስናነሳ የነጻ የንግድ ቀጠና የተከፈተበት አጋጣሚ አለ። በተለያዩ አገራትም እንዲሞከር በተለይም አፍሪካ ውስጥ ጥሩ እንቅስቃሴ ቀደም ብለን ያነሳ ነው አህጉር ውስጥ ያለ የንግድ እንቅስቃሴ ሰፊ እንዲሆን እየተሰራ ነው። እንግዲህ በተለይም ደግሞ የዚህ ጉባኤ ዋና አቅጣጫ ሰላምና ደህንነት ነው። ሰላምና ደህንነት ላይ ሰፊ ውይይቶች ይደረጋሉ። የተላልቅ የሆኑ ውሳኔዎችም ይተላለፉበታል ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። 38ኛው የአፍሪካ መሪዎች ጉባኤ የማካካሻ ፍትህ ለአፍሪካውያንና ለዘራ አፍሪካውያን በሚል መሪ ቃልም የሚካሄድበት ዋነኛው ጉዳይ ስለ ፍትሃዊነትና ሰላም ጉዳይ ላይ አበክሮ እንደሚሰራ ስለሚጠበቅ ነው።
እንግዲህ 38ኛው የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ከጥቂት ደቂቃዎች በኋላ የሚጀምር ነው የሚሆነው። ቀደም ሲል ግርማይ ካነሳው ሀሳብ ጋር የተወሰኑ ሀሳቦችን ለማከል ኢትዮጵያ እንግዲህ በየአመቱ ይህንን ጉባኤ ስታስተናግድ ስታዘጋጅ የምታገኛቸው ትርፎች አሉ። ብሔራዊ ጥቅሟን ከማስጠበቅ የተሰሚነት አቅሟን ከማጉላት ጋር ተያይዞ የሚነሱ ፖለቲካዊም ሆነ ኢኮኖሚያዊ ጥቅሞችን ታገኛለችና በ38ኛው የመሪዎች ጉባኤም እንግዲህ በርካታ ሀገራት መሪዎች በአንድ በፊንፊኔ ከተማ ላይ ነው የሚገኙት። እንግዲህ ቀደም ሲል ማስተዋል እንደቻል ነው ለ46ኛው የስራ አስፈጻሚ ምክር ቤት ስብሰባ ወደ ፊንፊኔ የገቡ የተለያዩ ሀገራት የውጭ ጉዳይ ሚኒስትሮች፣ የዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማት መሪዎች ጭምር ከተለያዩ አቻዎቻቸው ጋር ከኢፌዴሪ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር አብይ አህመድ ጋር ጭምር የሁለትዮሽ ምክክሮችን ሲያካሂዱ ነበር። ይሄ እንደ ቀላል የሚታይ ነገር አይደለም። ምናልባትም ወደ እነዚህ ሀገራት ለመድረስ ያለው ወጪ የምታሰማራው የሰው ኃይል ብዛቱን መገመት አያዳግትምና ይህንን ሁሉ የሰው ኃይል ትልቅ ፖለቲካ ትርፍ ማግኘት የምትችልበትን የሰው ኃይል በአንድ ማዕቀፍ ውስጥ ማግኘት ቀላል አይደለምና ከዚህ ጋር ተያይዞም እንግዲህ ኢትዮጵያ ከየሀገራቱ ጋር ከዓለም አቀፍ ተቋማቱ ጋር ያላትን የሁለትዮሽ ግንኙነት የምታድስበት ወደ ላቀ ምዕራፍ የምታሸጋግርበትን እድል ያመቻችላታል። የተሰሚነት አቅሟ እየጎለበተ ይሄዳል። እንግዲህ ኢትዮጵያ በምስራቅ አፍሪካ ቀጠና ያላት የተሰሚነት ሁኔታ አለ። ይህንን በአህጉር ደረጃ ለማሳደግ ደግሞ መሰል መድረኮች ሁነኛ ድርሻ ይጫወታሉ። ኢትዮጵያ በአጠቃላይ የአፍሪካውያን የነጻነት ቀንዲል እንደመሆኗ ደግሞ ለአፍሪካ ቀጣይ ጣፈንታ በአጀንዳ 2063 ለተቀመጠው ግብ መሳካት ደግሞ አሁንም የመሪነት ሚናዋን ትጫወታለችና ይህ ጉባኤ እዚህ መካሄዱ የሚያስገኘው ፖለቲካዊ ትርፍ አለ። ኢኮኖሚውን እንዲሁ ስንመለከት ከአየር ማረፊያ ጀምሮ እስከ ሆቴሎች እስከ መሰብሰቢያ አዳራሽ የተለያዩ እሴት ሰንሰለቶች ውስጥ የሚያልፍ የኢኮኖሚ እንቅስቃሴ አለ። ከትራንስፖርት፣ ከሆቴል አገልግሎት፣ ከምግብ፣ ከቱሪዝም አገልግሎት የሚገኙ ኢኮኖሚያዊ ትርፎች አሉ። እንግዲህ በፊንፊኔ ከተማ የተገነቡ የተለያዩ የቱሪስት መዳረሻ ስፍራዎች የጎብኚዎችን የቆይታ ጊዜ የማራዘም አቅም አላቸው። ለህብረቱ ጉባኤ የሚመጡ እንግዶች፣ መሪዎች እነዚህን የቱሪስት መዳረሻ ስፍራዎች የመጎብኘት የማየት አጋጣሚን ያገኛሉና ኢትዮጵያ ከዚህ ሁሉ እንቅስቃሴ ውስጥ የምታገኘው ደግሞ ኢኮኖሚያዊ ተጠቃሚነትም አለ። በዚህ ሂደት ውስጥ እንግዲህ መላው የፊንፊኔ ከተማ ነዋሪ አስፈላጊውን ቅድመ ዝግጅት በማድረግ በመግቢያችን እንዳነሳ ነው ወደ 35 አባላት ያሉት ብሔራዊ አብይ ኮሚቴ በአገር ደረጃ ተቋቁሞ ከ37ኛው መሪዎች ጉባኤ ጀምሮ እስከ ዛሬው ጉባኤ ድረስ የተለያዩ ቅድመ ዝግጅቶችን ሲያደርግ ቆይቶ ነበርና አጠቃላይ የፊንፊኔ ከተማ ህዝብም ለዚህ ጉባኤ መሳካት የበኩሉን አስተዋጽኦ እያደረገ ይገኛል። ባልደረቦቻችን ታጠቅ በቀጥታ ስርጭት እንዳለ እየነገሩ ነው ከህብረቱ አዳራሽ የሱን መረጃዎች እንዲሁም ዳንኤል ጫላም አብሮት ይገኛል መረጃዎችን ያደርሱናል። ወደ እነሱ ልምራችሁ።
ክቡራን ተመልካቾቻችን በመከታተል ላይ የምትገኙት 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ ነው። እንግዲህ ጉባኤ ከደቂቃ በኋላ ይጀመራል። የተለያዩ እንግዶች ቦታቸውን እያያዙ ነው። በጉባኤው ላይ እንግዲህ የፌዴሪ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ እንደዚሁም ደግሞ የአፍሪካ ህብረት ኮሚሽን ሊቀመንበር ሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድ እንደዚሁም ደግሞ የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ አንቶኒዮ ጉቴሬዥን ጨምሮ የተለያዩ ሰዎች ንግግር አድርገው ጉባኤውን ይጀምራሉ ማለት ነው። እንግዲህ የአፍሪካ ህብረት እንዳጠቃላይ በአፍሪካ ጠንካራ የተጠናከረች አፍሪካ ለመስረት እንደዚሁም ደግሞ ማህበራዊና ኢኮኖሚያዊ ጉዳዮችን በህብረት ለማከናወን ትልቅ አስተዋጽኦ ያለው ጉባኤ ነው። በዚህ ጉባኤ ላይ የተለያዩ አጀንዳዎች ተነስተው ውይይት ይደረግባቸዋል። እንደዚሁም ደግሞ የውሳኔ ሀሳብ ይተላለፍበታል ማለት ነው። እንግዲህ እንደሚታወቀው በተለይም አፍሪካ ከቅኝ ግዛት ጀምሮ ይደርስባቸው የነበሩ ጭቆናዎችን ለመከላከል በ1963 ዓ.ም ይህንን የአፍሪካ ህብረት መመስረታቸው ይታወቃል። ከአፍሪካ ህብረት እንግዲህ እንዲመሰረት ዋነኛ አስተዋጽኦ ካበረከቱት የአፍሪካ ሀገራት መካከል ኢትዮጵያ አንዷ ናት። ለዚህም ነው እንግዲህ ኢትዮጵያ በዋነኝነት ይህንን የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤን ስታስተናግድ መቀመጫውም ፊንፊኔ እንዲሆን እንደዚሁም ደግሞ በኢትዮጵያ የሚደረጉ የነጻነት እንደዚሁም ደግሞ የኢኮኖሚና ፖለቲካዊ ለውጦች በአፍሪካ ሀገራት እንዲሰራፋ ጭምር አብነት ሆና እየቀጠለች የምትገኘው እንግዲህ ዳኒ ምናልባት በዛሬውና ቀጣይ በሁለት ቀናት ውይይቶች ውስጥ የሚነሱ ዋና ዋና ሀሳቦች ለአፍሪካ ሀገራት ያላቸው ፋይዳ እንዴት ታያዋለህ? እስቲ አንተ መልከታን ብታስተላልፍ።
መልካም እንግዲህ ታጠቅ ከመጀመሪያው እንግዲህ 46ኛው የስራ አስፈጻሚዎች ስብሰባ ነበረ እና ባለፉት ሁለት ቀናት እዛ ላይ የተነሱ አጀንዳዎች በተለይ ደግሞ የአፍሪካን ህዝብ የሚጠቅሙ በኢኮኖሚው እንደዚሁም ደግሞ በፖለቲካ እንደዚህ ደግሞ በማህበረሰብ አቀፍ ስራዎች አንዳንድ የተሰሩ ስራዎች ተነስተዋል። ተሞክሮች ተቀያይሯል። በተለይ ስራ አስፈጻሚዎች የነበራቸው የጋራ ውይይት በጣም ለአፍሪካ በተለይ ደግሞ ለኢኮኖሚው ለቀጠናዊ ቅንጅትና አብሮ የመስራት ሁኔታ በጣም ከፍተኛ ድርሻ ያመጣል ተብሎ ይታሰባል። አሁን እንግዲህ አንተ እንዳልከው እንግዲህ 38ኛው የአፍሪካ መሪዎች ጉባኤ ከጥቂት ደቂቃዎች በኋላ ይጀምራል ተብሎ ይታሰባል። እንግዲህ እዚህ ጉባኤ ላይ ትልቅ አጀንዳዎች ይነሳሉ ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። ታጠቅ ለምሳሌ ቀጠናዊ ግንኙነትን ለማሳደግ እንደ ምሳሌ የምስራቅ አፍሪካ ልትወስድ ይችላል። ምስራቅ አፍሪካ ውስጥ ኢትዮጵያ ያደረገችው ያለችው የቀጠናዊ ትስስሩን ለማጠናከር ያደረገች ያለችው ጥረት አለ። በኤሌክትሪክ ማንሳት ትችላል። እንዲሁም ደግሞ የጋራ ተጠቃሚነትን በተለይ ደግሞ አፍሪካ ሀገራት በቀጠናው አብሮ እንዲያድግ እየሰራች ያለችው ስራ አለ። ኢትዮጵያ ኤሌክትሪክ እንደገና ደግሞ ሌላም በዚህ በስንዴው ኤክስፖርት ታደርጋለች። ይህንኑ ደግሞ ያለኝን ሰጥቼ ያላችሁን ደግሞ ስጡኝ ያለችበት ሁኔታ ይገኛልና ይህ ቀጠናዊ ትስስሩን እንደሚያጠናክር ነው የሚታሰበው። እንደዚህ አይነት አጀንዳዎች ዋና አጀንዳ ተደርገው እንደሚነገሩ እዚህ ጉባኤ ላይ ይጠበቃል። በፖለቲካውም እንግዲህ ታጠቅ አፍሪካ በተለይ ደግሞ የተለያዩ አፍሪካ አካባቢዎች ላይ በተለይ ፖለቲካው አለመረጋጋት የሚታይበት ሁኔታ አለ። እሱም ደግሞ አንተ ቅድም እንደጠቀስከው የሚያደርጉት በተለይ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር አብይ አህመድ የኢትዮጵያ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር አብይ አህመድ ማለት ነው የሚያደርጉት ንግግር እዛ ውስጥ በተለይ ኮንፍሊክት ኤሪያስ የሚባሉ ወይ ደግሞ የግጭት ማዕከላት የሚባሉ አካባቢዎችን ለይተው እንዴት አፍሪካ ህብረት ከሌሎች አፍሪካ ሀገራት ጋር ተባብረው ይሄንን ጉዳይ እንደሚቀርፍ ይወያያሉ በጥልቀት ተብሎ ይታሰባል። በተለይ ደግሞ የዓለም መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ አንቶኒዮ ጉተሬዝ የሚያደርጉት ንግግር ደግሞ ይጠበቃል። ምክንያቱም አፍሪካን እንዴት ማጠናከር አለብን፣ ያሉበትን ችግሮች እንዴት መፍታት አለበት። እነዚህ የዓለም ተቋማት በዚህ ጉባኤ ላይ መሳተፋቸውና ያላቸውን ደግሞ አይዲያ ማካፈላቸው ያላቸውን ሀሳብ ማካፈላቸው ብዙ የአፍሪካ መሪዎች ብዙ ልምድም የሚቀስሙበት ራሳቸውን የሚያዩበት ነው ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። እንግዲህ
አዎ መልካም። እንግዲህ ሌላም ምናልባት ኢትዮጵያ አሁን ላይ እንዳጠቃላይ ያደረገችው ካለው የልማት እንቅስቃሴ አንጻር ለአፍሪካ ሀገራት አብነት እናት ማለት ይቻላል። ከዚህ አንጻር ከኢኮኖሚ ሪፎርሙን ማንሳት ይችላለን። በኢኮኖሚ ሪፎርሙ ላይ የተለያዩ የአፍሪካ የልማት ባንክን ጨምሮ እንደዚሁም ደግሞ የዓለም ባንክ ለኢትዮጵያ የሚያደርጉት የብድር እንደዚሁም ደግሞ ከኢትዮጵያ አጠቃላይ የልማት እንቅስቃሴ ጋር የሚያያዙ ናቸው ማለት ይቻላል። ከዛ ውጪ ጎን ለጎን እንግዲህ አፍሪካ በተለይም በምግብ ራሷን ለመቻል የምታደርገው ጥረት ስናነሳ ኢትዮጵያ ምሳሌ ሆና በምግብ ራስን ለመቻል ከሚደረጉ ጥረቶች መካከል ደግሞ ቅድም አንተ ስታነሳ እንደነበረው በ46ኛው የስራ አስፈጻሚዎች ምክር ቤት ላይም እንደተነሳው አፍሪካ ከማከናወን ካለባት ጉዳይ መካከል አንዱ በምግብ ራስን መቻል ነው። በምግብ ራስን ለመቻል ደግሞ በተለይም ድርቅን መቋቋም የሚችል የግብርና ዘዴን መጠቀም ነው። የግብርናን ዘዴን ስናነሳ ደግሞ የመስኖ ልማት አንዱ ነው። ኢትዮጵያ ከቅርብ ጊዜ ወደዚህ በተለይ ከለውጡ ወደዚህ በመስኖ በአመት 2 እና 3 እያመረተች ስንዴን ወደ ውጭ የመላክ በምግብ ራስን የመቻል እንደዚሁም ደግሞ ከምግብ ጋር ስናነሳ ደግሞ የተመጣጠነ ምግብን ለዜጎች የማዳረስና ከምግብ ስርዓትን በማዘመን በሽታን የመከላከል ስርዓት የማቀላጠፍ ሁኔታን እነዚህን ጉዳዮች አጠናክሮ ማስቀጠል እንደሚገባ ነው የተነሳው። እንደዚሁም ደግሞ በዓለም እጅግ አሳሳቢ ከሆኑ ጉዳዮች መካከል አንዱ የአየር ንብረት ለውጥ ነው። የአየር ንብረት ለውጥ ላይ ኢትዮጵያ በተለይም በአረንጓዴ አሻራ መርሃ ግብር የደን ሀብቷን የመለስ እንደዚሁም ደረጃውን የተሻለ ለማድረግ የተሰራችበት ስራ እንደዚሁ አብነት ሆኖ ሊነሳ የሚችል ነው። በጉባኤው ላይ የአየር ንብረት ጉዳይ ይነሳል ተብሎ ነው የሚጠበቀው። እንደዚሁም ደግሞ እንግዲህ አፍሪካ በተደጋጋሚ ስታነሳ የነበረው ምንድነው በተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት የጸጥታው ምክር ቤት ቋሚ መቀመጫ እንዲኖራት የሚል እንቅስቃሴ ተደርጓል። ያንን እንቅስቃሴም በዚህ ጉባኤ ላይ ሊነሳ ይችላል የሚል እይታዎች ነው ያሉት። እንግዲህ ጉባኤው አሁን ከደቂቃዎች በኋላ ሊጀምር ነው። ይህንንና ሌሎች ጉዳዮችን ወደ በኋላ ላይ እየተመለሰን ለአድማጭ ተመልካቾቻችን የምናደርስ ይሆናል።
እውነት ነው ታጠቅ እንግዲህ ብዙ ሀሳቦችን ያነሳውና አሁን የጉባኤው የሚጀምርበት ሰዓት ላይ የደረስን ይመስለኛል። በተለይ እንግዲህ መሪዎቹ ሲመጡ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ እየተከናወነ ያለውን በተለይ ደግሞ ከተማው እየተካሄደ ያለውን የልማት ስራዎች ዞር ብለው ያዩበት ሁኔታ አለ ይመስለኛል። ትዝ የሚል ከሆነ የስራ አስፈጻሚዎች ጉባኤ ለመሳተፍ የመጡ ዴሌጌቶች ወይ ደግሞ ልኡካን ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ያለውን በተለይ ደግሞ በከተማ ውስጥ ያለውን የልማት ስራ በተለይ የኮሪደሩን የልማት ስራ እንዳዩትና እንዳደነቁት ለመታዘብ እንደቻለን ይታወቃል። እና ታጠቅ ይህንን ደግሞ የውጭ ድርጅቶች በተለይ ደግሞ ትልቅ የውጭ ድርጅቶች አበዳሪ ድርጅቶች የሚባሉ የልማት ስራዎችን እንዲሳለጥ ወይ ደግሞ የልማት ስራ እንዲስፋፋ የሚያደርጉ በገንዘብ የሚረዱ የዓለም ባንክን ልንወስድ እንችላለን። የአፍሪካ የልማት ባንክን ለመውሰድ እንችላለን። እና ትልቅ እንደዚህ ተቋማት ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ መጥተው እንደዚህ አይነት የልማት ስራዎችን ሲያዩ በፊት የሚያውቁትና አሁን የሚያውቁትን አንድ ላይ አነጻጽሮ ሲያዩ ነገ ከነጎዲያ ኢትዮጵያ የፈለገችውን ነገር ብትጠይቅ ወይ ደግሞ በዲፕሎማሲው ተጽዕኖ መፍጠር የምትችልበት ሁኔታ ውስጥ እንደገባች ነው ለማስተዋል የሚቻለውና ታጠቅ እነዚህ ስራዎች ተስፋፍቶ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ መቀጠላቸው ኢትዮጵያ ነገ ለሌሎች አፍሪካ ሀገሮችም ምሳሌ እንደምትሆን የተለያዩ የ46ኛው የስራ አስፈጻሚ ጉባኤ ላይ መጡ ሰዎች ሲናገሩ አስተውለናል።
መልካም ክቡራት ተመልካቾቻችን የቀጥታ ስርጭታችን ይቀጥላል። እንድትከታተሉን እንጋብዛለን። መልካም ቆይታ።
እንግዲህ ክቡራን ተመልካቾቻችን ባልደረቦቻችን ከአፍሪካ ህብረት መረጃ ሲያደርሱን ቆይታ አድርገዋል። እንግዲህ እኛም መነሻው ጀምሮ ያሉ ሀሳቦችን እያነሳን በተለይ የዘንድሮን መሪ ቃል መነሻ በማድረግ በርካታ ጉዳዮችን እያነሳን ነበረ። ምናልባት ተሽ የሚጨምረው ሀሳብ ካለ?
አዎ የተወሰነ ሀሳብ ነው። ጉባኤው እንግዲህ የመክፈቻ ስነ ስርዓቱ ሊካሄድ ነው። የፌዴሪ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ እንግዲህ በአዳራሹ ተገኝተዋል። የአፍሪካ ህብረት ኮሚሽን ሊቀመንበር ሙሳ ፋኪ ማህማት፣ የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ አንቶኒዮ ጉተሬዝ እንግዲህ በዚሁ መሪዎች ጉባኤ ላይ ለመሳተፍ አሁን በአዳራሹ ይገኛሉ። እንግዲህ በዚህ የመክፈቻ ስነ ስርዓት በአጠቃላይ የህብረቱን ቀጣይ አቅጣጫ የሚቀመጥበት ሰፋፊ ውይይቶች ይደረጋሉ። የፌዴሪ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድም የመክፈቻ ንግግር ያደርጋሉ ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። እንግዲህ እሳቸውም በአጠቃላይ የኢትዮጵያ ነባራዊ ሁኔታ በተመለከተ የተለያዩ ገለጻዎችን ያደርጋሉ። እንዲሁም ኢትዮጵያ ለአፍሪካ ህብረት መጠናከር ቀጣይ ጉዞ የምታደርገውን አስተዋጽኦ በተመለከተም ሀሳቦችን መልእክቶችን ያጋራሉ ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። እንግዲህ በአጠቃላይ በሁለት ቀናት በሚኖረው ቆይታ እንግዲህ በተቀመጡ አቅጣጫዎች የስራ አስፈጻሚ ምክር ቤት ባዘጋጀው አጀንዳ ላይ ሰፊ ውይይት በማድረግ የህብረቱ ቀጣይ ጣፈንታ የሚወስኑ አቅጣጫዎች ምክረ ሀሳቦች ይቀመጣሉ ተብሎ ይጠበቃል። ኦቤንም እንግዲህ ከስፍራውም ከስቱዲዮም በተለያዩ የመገናኛ ብዙሃን አማራጮቹ መረጃዎችን እያደረሰ ይቆያል። እንግዲህ ለዚህ ሁነት ከ1000 በላይ የሚጠጉ ውጭ መገናኛ ብዙሃን ጋዜጠኞች ፍቃድ አግኝተው እየዘገቡት ይገኛሉ። ቀድሞ ፕሬዝዳንት ሳህለወርቅ ዘውዴ የቀድሞ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ኃይለማርያም ደሳለኝም እንዲሁ በስክሪናችን ላይ እየተመለከትናቸው ነው። እንግዲህ የህብረቱ ጉባኤ ከጥቂት ደቂቃዎች በኋላ በይፋ የሚጀምር ይሆናል።
አዎ ምናልባት እዚህ ላይ ባልደረባችን ግርማይ በትግረኛ የተወሰነ ሀሳቦችን ካንሸራሸረ በኋላ ወደ ቀጥታ ወደዛ የምናመራ ይሆናል።
መልካም ክቡራት ተከታተልትና በቀጥታ ፈኖናና ተከታተልኩም ወትርከው መንበል 38 ጉባኤ ህብረት አፍሪካ እንግዲህ ቀደም ክብሩን አብስተፍላሊ ማዓልታቱን መንበል 46 ቤት ምክንያት ፈጸምቲ ስራህ ህብረት አፍሪካውን ጉባኤ አሳልጡን አብዙ ጉባኤ ከዝትዩደም ዝግቦው ነጥታቱን ጽፋቱን ዘተይሉ ተማሳሊውን ሀገርና ኢትዮጵያውን አባል ቤት ምክሪ ሰላም ጸጥታን ህብረት አፍሪካ ሆይና ለختمረጽውን ዝበጽሐሉ ከአድማስ ተመረጽቱ ኩነታተሉ በሐፈሻ ጉባኤ አብስተፍላሊ አጀንዳ ታጠመተየሩ ከዝትዩ ተባይሉን ትስቢት ይግበር አብቀ መስመርና ተዓዘብና ከምዘልና እንተሆይኑን ቀዳማዊ ሚኒስትር ፌዴሪ ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ ሐዊሱ ሊቀመንበር ኮሚሽነር ህብረት አፍሪካውን ሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድ ኢሉውን استفላልዩ መርሐቲ ሀገራት ከምውን ናይ استفላልዩ ዓለም ለኸት ተካላት ተወከልቲውን ዝተረኸብሉ ጉዳይ አብዙ ጉባኤውን ምስ ሰላም ጸጥታን አህጉር አፍሪካ ተማሳሊውን ተካላት ሪፎርም ካብዚ ሓሊፉውን ምስ ሰላምን አቤትን አህጉርና አፍሪካውን ሰፋት አጀንዳ ተራይሉውን ከዝትዮም ተባይል ትግበር መረጻ ኮሚሽነርነቱን አብዙ ኦጽሉ ማዓልታቱን ክሳል ተባይል ትጽቢ ዝግበር ነው ኮሚሽን ሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድ ተኩ ኹምራጽም ተሐል ትግበር በሐፈሻ ግን ሀገርና ኢትዮጵያ እነዚህ ጉባኤን ምትነጋሩን ሰፋት ምድለዋት ወጊናላ ስለዚህ ጉባኤውን በቀጥታ መስመራውን ናባኹን ዝበጽሕ ስለዝኸውን በኦቤን ሆርን ኦፍ አፍሪካ በስተፍላሊ ቋንቋቱንስተፍላሊ ሐብረታና ኹና ጽኸውን ሀዘው መርስኩም ስለተከታተልናውን አዚያና ምስኪን እንግዲህ ድልን ስለተጠቀመ
እንግዲህ በተለያዩ ቋንቋዎች መረጃን እያደረሰን ነበር። እንግዲህ ተመልካቾችም ከስፍራ ያለውን በቀጥታ ስርጭት የሚከታተሉ ይሆናል። ከዛ በኋላ እንግዲህ ከሰዓትም ዝግ ስብሰባዎች ይኖራሉ። በነገው ዕለትም ይፋ የሚደረገው የህብረቱ ዋና ጸሐፊ የሚጠበቅ ይሆናል። እነዚህን ጉዳዮች በቀጥታ ስርጭት የኦቤን በተለያዩ ቋንቋዎችም የምናደርስ ይሆናል። በዜና ወጃችንም የምናደርስ ይሆናል። ነገር ግን ስለ አፍሪካ በተለይ ህብረት አፍሪካ መሪዎች ስናነሳ ይህ ጉባኤ ፍትህ ላይ ሰላም ላይ ማተኮሩ አፍሪካ ካለችበት ችግር ለመወጫ ትልቁ በር ከፋች ነው ብለን መውሰድ እንችላለን። ምክንያቱም አንድም ፍትህ እና ሰላም የሌለበት አካባቢ ላይ ልማት የማይታሰብ ነገር ነው። በተለያዩ አጋጣሚዎች የኢኮኖሚያዊ ፍትሃዊነት፣ የሰብአዊ ፍትሃዊነት፣ የተለያዩ የፍትሃዊነት ጥያቄዎች ይነሳሉ። እነዚህን ጥያቄዎች ከመመለስ አንጻር ሰፊ ስራዎችም መስራትን ይጠይቃል እና እነዚህን ስራዎችን ለመስራት ህብረቱ በስፋት ተወያይቶ አቅጣጫ ማስቀመጥ ይኖርበታል። ለዛም ደግሞ እንግዲህ 46ኛው የስራ አስፈጻሚዎች ምክር ቤት ጉባኤ ላይ እነዚህ ሀሳቦች ተነስተዋል። እነዚህ ጨምሮ ስለ ኢኮኖሚ፣ ማህበራዊ፣ ፖለቲካዊ ጉዳዮች ላይ መሰራት ያለባቸው ተብሎ በዋናነት የተጠቀሱት ቀደም ብለን ያነሳናቸው ጉዳዮች በዚህ በስራ አስፈጻሚው ምክር ቤት ጉባኤ ላይ የተነሱ ነው። ከዛ በኋላ የአፍሪካ መሪዎች ጉባኤ ደግሞ ሲካሄድ እነዚህ ጉዳዮች ላይ ትኩረት ሰጥቶ ነው የሚሰራውና ምናልባትም በዜና ወጃችን የተለያዩ በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ የተነሱ ሀሳቦችን እያነሳን እንግዲህ ለተመልካቾች የምናደርስ ይሆናል። እኛ ግን ከዚህ ከስቱዲዮ የነበረንን ቆይታ አጠናቀናል። በቀጥታ ስርጭት ከአፍሪካ ህብረት ፊንፊኔ እንዲከታተሉ ተመልካቾችን ጋብዘን የምንሰናበት ይሆናል። ሳምሶን አንተነ፣ ግርማይ ፈረደና ተሾመ ኃይሉ በጋራ በመሆን ከስቱዲዮ እየመራን ከመላው ስቱዲዮ ባለሙያዎች ጋር ከእናንተ ጋር ቆይታ አድርገን ቀጥታ ስርጭቱን እንድትከታተሉ ጋበዝን። ጤና ይስጥልን።
Mauritania and chairperson of African Union, Your Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and host of the 38th ordinary session of the Assembly of the Union, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Mohamed Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Your Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Honorable Mia Montri, Prime Minister of Barbados and Chairperson of the Caribbean Community, Your Excellency Dr. Adesina Akinomi, President of the African Development Bank, Excellencies, First Ladies, Honorable Ministers here present, Your Excellency Dr. Monique Sazabagana, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, Commissioners of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Abdel Hassam Jacob Aziz, Deputy Secretary General of the League of Arab States, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors here present, heads of African Union organs and regional economic communities and mechanisms. I also recognize the presence of our partners, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the press, and all distinguished delegates. All protocols observed. May I now kindly call the Excellency Chairperson of African Union to call this meeting to order. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you.
Excellence, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Premier ministre de la République démocratique d'Éthiopie, notre hôte, honorable chef d'État et de gouvernement, et chers collègues, Excellence Moussa Faki Mohamed, président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, je souhaite une chaleureuse bienvenue à tous les chefs d'État et de gouvernement et les hauts représentants des États membres et à nos distingués invités. Je voudrais aussi exprimer notre appréciation pour votre présence. Je suis heureux de déclarer ouverts les travaux de la 38e session ordinaire de la conférence de l'Union africaine. Et pour commencer, mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à vous lever pour observer une minute de silence à la suite de la disparition d'un grand combattant pour la liberté, Monsieur Samo Nujoma, père fondateur de la Namibie. Donc je vous remercie. Merci. Je souhaite maintenant inviter le protocole de la Commission à nous décliner le déroulement de la cérémonie d'ouverture.
Union to tell us and roll out the opening ceremony.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I humbly call all of you to rise for the African Union anthem. Your Excellency Mohammed Wild Sheikh Al Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellencies Heads of States and Governments of African Union Member States, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Mr. Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazin, President of the State of Palestine, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Maya Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Your Excellencies, distinguished former presidents here present, Honorable Fairest Ladies here present, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency Dr. Monique Nzanza Baganwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellencies, Commissioners, and all the leadership of the Commission, Excellencies, Ambassadors, members of the Permanent Representatives Committee, Your Excellency Mina Wamakela, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, Your Excellency Madame Nardos Bekele Thomas, Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency, AUDA-NIPAD, Your Excellency Dr. Jan Kaseya, Director General of the Africa CDC, Your Excellency Ambassador Marie-Antoinette Roscatre, Chief Executive Officer of the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, Your Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs of the Republic of South Africa, former Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, Heads of United Nations Specialized Agencies and International Organizations here present, سعادة نائب الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية ممثل الأمين العام، Your Excellency Luis Moshikiu Abo, Secretary General of the International Organization of La Francophonie, Your Excellency Dr. Workena Yibihu, Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, Your Excellencies, Heads of COMISA, ECOWAS, SINSAT, EAC, ECAS, SADC, and UMMA, Your Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, a strong believer of the African development and prosperity, Your Excellencies Dr. Benedict Oki Orama, President of the Afri-Exim Bank, Your Excellency Dr. Sidi Wildeta, President of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADIA, معالي الشيخ شخبوط نهيان آل نهيان وزير الدولة بدولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة, Excellencies, Permanent Observer Representatives to the African Union, and Excellencies, representatives of our partners to the African Union, all protocol observed, members of the press, a very good morning to you all. It gives me immense honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the opening ceremony of the 38th Ordinary Session of the AU Assembly of Heads of States and Governments being held today at the Nelson Mandela Hall, the African Union headquarters in Addis Ababa, the capital of Africa. Addis Ababa, a vibrant city that has been at the heart of the Pan-African diplomacy and multilateralism, stands as a symbol of Africa's unity and progress. As a host nation of the African Union, Ethiopia plays a crucial role in fostering continental dialogue and advancing African integration. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 38th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Governments of the African Union holds significant importance as it will oversee the elections of the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission. Over the past years, the African Union has made remarkable progress in conflict resolution, mediation, and peacekeeping efforts, contributing to greater stability across the continent. Economic transformation has been further strengthened through the African Continental Free Trade Area and accession to the G20, contributing towards the implementation of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, having said so, the program of today's opening ceremony will stand as follows. We will have a statement by His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, followed by a statement by His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, following which a statement by His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We shall then have a statement by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. Then His Excellency Mahmoud Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, will make his opening remarks. Immediately after that, we will call the Dean of African Ambassadors in Ethiopia to introduce the new Bureau, members of the African Union Assembly, following which we shall have the handover ceremony for the chairperson of the African Union. Then we will go to the launch of the African Union theme of the year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. Without any further ado, I have the great honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, President Mohammed Ould, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellency, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Ethiopia, the cradle of Pan-Africanism and a proud champion of African unity and freedom. It is an honor to stand before you today as we reflect on the immense potential we hold, not just as individual nations, but as a united and dynamic continent. In a world marked by rapid change and multiple challenges, we find ourselves at a crossroads of uncertainty and opportunity. This moment calls upon us to strengthen our collective resolve, embrace resilience, and foster unity across Africa. The theme for this year's Assembly calls on us to heal the scars of historical injustice and overcome lingering trauma that has long hindered our progress. The demand for reparations is not about charity or financial aid. It is a call for justice. It seeks to restore the dignity of millions and heal the deep scars of poverty, inequality, and discrimination. It demands an end to the systematic exploitation of our wealth, resources, and opportunities. It also calls for a transformative process that acknowledges past harms and takes bold steps to right the wrongs caused upon us, upon society across the continent. Thank you. Thank you. Most importantly, the call for reparations requires not just words, but concrete actions to affirm the equal worth of every human being. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to achieve lasting peace, justice, and prosperity, we must rise above the geopolitical tensions and the historical divisions imposed upon us by colonial borders. By fostering solidarity among all of our nations and embracing a shared destiny, we can pool our resources and talents to unlock our continent's full potential. Africa's cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity is a source of pride and strength upon which we must build inclusive governance and equitable development. Conflict resolution, diplomacy, and peace building must remain at the heart of our efforts. By championing African solutions to African challenges, we can secure lasting peace and stability. Let us celebrate our achievements in politics, science, economics, and arts. Strategic initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area give us the tools to boost intra-Africa trade, reduce external dependency, and achieve self-reliance. With Africa's large and dynamic use, abundant natural resources, and growing technological innovations, we have all the means to ensure sustainable growth. The rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, offers unprecedented opportunities to transform our economies and societies. By collaborating in AI, fintech, renewable energy, and mobile technology, we can address shared challenges such as climate change, infrastructure gaps, and public health crisis. Africa's rich and diverse data sets are essential for training robust and inclusive AI models. This highlights the importance of African representation in shaping future technologies. However, as we embrace these advancements, it's essential to protect our data sovereignty, prevent digital exploitation, and develop homegrown AI solutions that reflect African values and contexts. As our data sets grow, so must our capacity to harness them for local and global good. When used responsibly, AI can be a powerful tool in conflict prevention, transparent governance, and inclusive development. Africa must actively participate in the global technology race to ensure we are competitive players in the evolving digital landscape, while also ensuring we benefit equitably from this technological revolution. Furthermore, Africa's voice on global issues must grow stronger, ensuring that we have a say in shaping governance frameworks and other much-needed reforms in the global order. By empowering grassroots movements, youth networks, and educational programs focused on digital literacy and technological innovation, we can inspire the next generation. This will ensure Africa stands not just as a beneficiary of a global advancement, but as a key contributor in shaping the future of humanity. Excellencies, the opportunities before us are immense. Ethiopia is determined to prosper, guided by a vision of vibrant democracy, sustainable economic growth, rich cultural heritage, social progress, and a deep commitment to environmental regeneration. To realize this goal, we have laid out a pragmatic roadmap rooted in the transformative principles of Madamar. Madamar, an Amharic term loosely translated as synergy, is our guiding philosophy. It is a homegrown ideology that promotes prosperity, unity, sovereignty, security, and national dignity. At its core, Madamar encourages social and economic advancement, celebrates diversity, and nurtures a spirit of community grounded in Ethiopia's rich culture, spirituality, and values. Reflecting on the progress of the past 5 years and building on the vision of Madamar, Ethiopia has made remarkable strides. Despite inheriting a nation deeply divided along ethnic lines, burdened by substantial debt, and facing numerous internal challenges, we have moved forward with determination. At the same time, we navigated a complex and ever-changing regional and international landscape. Yet, through resilience and cooperation, we continue to move closer to the realization of our shared vision of prosperity. Our achievements speak for themselves. Allow me to share a few highlights. We have reformed our political system, transforming into an inclusive multi-party framework that reflects the diversity of our nation. To deepen these reforms and foster cohesion, reconciliation, and peace, we are undertaking a national dialogue. On the economic front, we have built a resilient and diverse economy. Over the past 5 years, we have doubled our cultivated land, increasing crop production to nearly 700 million quintals, with the wheat accounting for 40% of this total. These efforts have strengthened food security and driven rural development. Today, Ethiopia is the largest wheat producer in Africa. Thank you. Through collective efforts, we have reduced external debt by over 50%, double both GDP and GDP per capita, and tripled government revenue in 5 years, with an 8.1% growth reported in the most recent fiscal year. Across the country, our major cities are evolving into dynamic, culturally rich, and sustainable hubs. In education, we have established 40,000 kindergartens and primary schools to boost early childhood education. Additionally, we have launched a program to train 5 million coders to strengthen our digital economy. Furthermore, we strive to honor our heritage by restoring national sites, developing tourist destinations, and reclaiming cultural artifacts, fulfilling our duty as the guardians of our nation's treasures. These accomplishments reflect the unwavering spirit and resilience of the Ethiopian people and underscore our firm commitment to advancing Ethiopia's future. With its focus on unity, cooperation, innovation, and shared progress, Madamar can serve as a guiding framework for our Pan-African agenda. By embracing its principles, we can forge a path toward a more just, equitable, and prosperous future for all Africans. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us march forward with determination, harnessing the limitless potential of our continent and its people. The time is now to claim our future, build a legacy of equality and prosperity, and secure dignity for all. Let us be the generation that unites the continent and our diaspora in a shared vision of justice, prosperity, and peace. To conclude, I thank our outgoing chairperson, President Mohammed Ould, for his leadership and representing our organization on the global stage. Allow me to also warmly congratulate our newly chairperson, President Joao Lorenzo, and wish him success during his tenure. I would also like to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed for his exemplary leadership as chairperson of the African Union Commission over the past 8 years. Throughout his tenure, His Excellency Musa Faki has shown unwavering commitment to Africa's development, peace, and integration, significantly strengthening the African Union's role in addressing the continent's challenge. I also extend my sincere thanks to him for being a steadfast friend of Ethiopia, supporting us not only during our times of success, but also in our moments of difficulty. Thank you, my brother. As we bid farewell to His Excellency Musa Faki, it is with great pleasure that I extend a warm welcome to our incoming chairperson of the African Union Commission here in Ethiopia. I am confident that under his leadership, we will continue to make great strides toward achieving our collective goals. I wish him every success during his mandate. Thank you for your attention, and I wish us all a fruitful summit. God bless Ethiopia. God bless Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement, and thank you for the generous hospitality extended to our Excellencies, heads of states and governments, as well as distinguished delegates. Thank you. And now allow me to invite with great honor and pleasure His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency.
Excellences, Monsieur Mohamed Ould Cheikh Al-Ghazouani, Président de la République islamique de Mauritanie, Président en exercice de l'Union africaine, Excellence Dr Abiy Ahmed, Premier ministre de la République d'Éthiopie, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État, de gouvernement et de délégation, Excellence Monsieur Mahmoud Abbas, président de l'État de Palestine, ma très chère sœur amie Mia, Premier ministre de Barbados, Excellence Monsieur Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Docteur Nkosazana Zuma, ancienne présidente de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Madame la vice-présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les commissaires, Mesdames et Messieurs les secrétaires généraux et exécutifs des communautés économiques régionales et mécanismes régionaux, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs exécutifs des organes et institutions spécialisées de l'Union africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs des missions diplomatiques, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est à la fois avec un grand honneur et un immense plaisir que je m'adresse à vous aujourd'hui pour la dernière fois en ma qualité de président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. Je voudrais tout d'abord, puisque nous sommes encore au début de l'année nouvelle 2025, présenter à vos excellences, vos familles et vos peuples, au nom de tous les personnels de l'Union africaine, mes meilleurs vœux de santé, de prospérité et de succès. Je voudrais aussi exprimer mes sincères remerciements aux présidents en exercice avec lesquels j'ai successivement travaillé ces 8 dernières années. J'ai nommé dans l'ordre de leur présidence Alpha Condé, Paul Kagame, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Cyril Ramaphosa, Antoine Félix Tshisekedi, Macky Sall, Azali Assoumani et Mohamed Ould-Cheikh Al-Ghazouani. En cet instant de remembrance, je ne peux oublier le président Idriss Déby Itnou, paix à son âme, qui, en africaniste convaincu, a eu l'initiative de ma candidature à la tête de la Commission et qui s'est investi sans compter pour un tel destin pour moi. Sa mort tragique a été ma plus atroce douleur de ce double mandat. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, 8 ans se sont écoulés depuis mon élection fin janvier 2017 comme président de la Commission de l'Union africaine. En ces moments chargés d'historicité, de signification et de symboles, je voudrais m'acquitter du devoir moral de vous présenter les grandes lignes du bilan de ce double mandat. Grâce à ces parcours, je me suis profondément imprégné à la fois de ce qui fait la grandeur et le rayonnement de notre continent, de notre organisation continentale, ainsi que des pesanteurs et limites diverses ayant entraîné le rythme de nos cadences. J'ai sillonné ce beau et fantastique continent. J'éprouve une profonde fierté d'avoir visité au moins une fois tous les 55 membres de notre Union. L'opportunité que m'offre ce moment est historique et unique. J'y tenterai de m'acquitter de la double obligation de rendre compte et de m'interroger sur quelques problématiques en ayant bien conscience qu'il ne faut absolument pas abuser de votre temps si précieux. Un rapport consolidé de notre bilan et un rapport annuel vous ont été distribués conformément à notre réglementation. Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les rapides et intenses bouleversements géopolitiques qui ont caractérisé le contexte international durant mes 2 mandats ont eu des manifestations à la fois violentes et déstabilisatrices. La subite dégradation de la situation sanitaire consécutive au déclenchement de la Covid-19 s'est accompagnée malheureusement d'importants chocs et de profondes turbulences économiques et diplomatiques. Pour l'Afrique, cela s'est traduit par une aggravation du poids de la dette, de la baisse des flux d'investissement publics et privés, de la violence et de la prégnance de certains conflits africains, de l'affaissement du panafricanisme et des chaînes de solidarité africaines, des manifestations d'obsolescence des institutions africaines, des appétits extérieurs en Afrique des déficiences patentes en matière de gouvernance et de leadership en Afrique et même dans le monde, de la crise du multilatéralisme post-Seconde Guerre mondiale, etc., etc. La guerre russo-ukrainienne, enclenchée en février 2022, est venue noircir davantage ces tableaux, annonçant une recomposition géopolitique mondiale. Est née une ligne de fracture qui a suscité une forme de bipolarité qui, dans les imaginaires politiques, évoque la réalité pourtant théoriquement dépassée de la guerre froide. Des incertitudes profondes sur la soutenabilité de la paix et de la coopération internationale ont empoisonné les esprits, assombri les consciences et ont renforcé le pessimisme, les égoïsmes et le pragmatisme mercantile. Les conséquences de cette guerre ont profondément affecté l'Afrique, qui importait l'essentiel de sa consommation céréalière et ses intrants agricoles de ces deux pays, la Russie et l'Ukraine. Le spectre de l'insécurité alimentaire et sanitaire a plané sur bien de nos pays, dont un bon nombre continue de souffrir de leur fragilité structurelle. أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي السادة سيداتي وسادتي، وفي الشرق الأوسط فإن الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق عانى ويعاني أبشع أنواع الظلم في التاريخ البشري. إن الحرب الفظيعة والجائرة التي دمرت كل شيء في فلسطين وخاصة في غزة، واستمرار حرمان هذا الشعب من حقوقه الأساسية في الاستقلال والسلام والوجود والحياة بكل بساطة، لا تشكل عارا جسيما لكل الإنسانية. ورغم ذلك كله ظل الشعب الفلسطيني البطل صامدا، كما ظل الاتحاد الإفريقي في جانبه بكل قوة وحزم. هنيئا لك يا أخي الرئيس أبو مازن. Ces paysages d'apocalypse qu'offre aujourd'hui la Palestine, la bande et la population de Gaza en particulier, après plus d'une année de guerre destructrice de toute forme de vie et de biens, continue de se dérouler dans le silence presque total des puissances du monde, si ce n'est l'appel par certains à la déportation systématique des Palestiniens hors de leurs terres. C'est le comble. C'est vraiment le comble. Ce drame inouï pèse aujourd'hui, malgré le cessez-le-feu et la libération des otages et prisonniers, facilité par le Qatar, l'Égypte et les États-Unis, sur la conscience universelle et questionne profondément sur notre humanité. Les taux de la mondialisation avancée, étouffante, déshumanisée, ne laisse point l'Afrique en dehors de l'élite hégémonique qui se déroule loin de sa terre. Bien au contraire, le continent en subit les débordements et fragmentations que traduisent les conflits par procuration, des soutiens des puissances extérieures à peine voilées aux parties belligérantes sur le continent, des expansions du terrorisme et de l'extrémisme violent, des poursuites de la guerre ravageuse au Soudan, à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, des divisions de la Libye dont je salue l'adoption hier ici même de la charte de réconciliation. Félicitations à vous, Monsieur le Président Danou Sassou Nguesso. Les tensions de tous ordres au Sahel, au bassin du lac Tchad, au golfe de Guinée, au Mozambique, à la Corne de l'Afrique et dans la région des Grands Lacs sont un autre pan de ces chapelets embrasiers des crises africaines. Les flux de réfugiés politiques, économiques, environnementaux et autres personnes déplacées internes viennent accentuer la situation sécuritaire, alimentaire et sanitaire déjà fragile de nombreux États membres. C'est à ce contexte mondial et régional fortement dégradé que nous avons été confrontés au cours des 8 dernières années de développement de notre action. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la réforme institutionnelle de notre Union entamée en 2017 ambitionnait la création de conditions optimales pour garantir la poursuite efficiente des programmes inscrits dans notre boussole doctrinale stratégique, l'agenda 2063, aux fins d'une meilleure résistance aux défis ainsi identifiés. À ce titre, la reconfiguration du leadership de la Commission, un processus d'évaluation des performances du personnel, des rapports de collaboration plus étroits entre l'Union africaine et les communautés économiques régionales et mécanismes régionaux actés par un nouveau protocole, l'institutionnalisation d'un sommet de coordination dédié à l'intégration, la mise en place des groupes techniques R10 et F15 chargés de veiller à la qualité des ressources humaines recrutées et au respect des règles d'or de la gestion budgétaire, financière et comptable de l'Union ont été les points saillants de cette réforme. Une évaluation de la pertinence de tous les organes de l'Union, sans exception aucune, fera naître une nouvelle cartographie administrative et institutionnelle de l'Union. J'insiste ici, en particulier, sur 3 parmi ces organes. Le Parlement panafricain, le Conseil de paix et de sécurité et le Comité des représentants permanents. Le mouvement d'ensemble de la réforme, avec ses ombres et lumières, confirme sa pertinence et sa nature nécessairement progressive à se déployer sur le long terme. C'est une exigence d'adaptation perpétuelle des structures de notre Union aux évolutions qui caractérisent le monde. Je voudrais ici remercier les présidents Paul Kagame et William Ruto pour leurs remarquables efforts pour faire avancer cette réforme. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'évaluation de la première décennie de mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063, couvrant la période allant de 2014 à 2023, révèle les progrès sectoriels accomplis dans notre marche vers la construction de l'Afrique que nous voulons. Il est crucial d'en tirer les vraies leçons et de procéder aux ajustements pertinents subséquents. Dans le domaine de la santé, c'est une approche holistique, traduite sur le terrain à travers des actions auréolées de succès. Avec la survenance de la pandémie de la Covid-19, Africa CDC s'est affirmée comme l'instrument le plus efficace de la lutte contre toutes les maladies. La préoccupante question du financement de la santé continue de nous préoccuper. 2 mécanismes de financement de la couverture sanitaire universelle et celle de la lutte contre la malnutrition sur le continent ont été conçus. Grâce au Centre africain des vaccins vétérinaires, PANVAC, dont le nouveau laboratoire de production de vaccins a été inauguré en février 2024, une avancée significative dans le domaine de l'élevage, de la santé animale et du développement socio-économique a été réalisée. L'Agence africaine des médicaments, AMA, a commencé l'installation de son siège à Kigali et ses activités sont sur la rampe de lancement. La médecine traditionnelle a bénéficié de l'élaboration de 2 plans décennaux, le dernier courant de 2025 à 2035. Le champ de l'éducation a été animé par la volonté de concevoir un nouveau système éducatif pensé en fonction des exigences d'un monde où l'enjeu majeur est devenu la compétition autour de l'innovation scientifique, technologique et maintenant par l'intelligence artificielle. C'est en cohérence avec cette âme que des stratégies diverses et complémentaires ont été développées, notamment lors de la conférence de Nouakchott de l'année 2024, initiée par la présidence en exercice de la Mauritanie, en collaboration avec la Commission de l'Union africaine et d'autres partenaires, dont l'UNICEF et l'UNESCO en particulier. La centralité des problématiques genre et jeunesse a été affirmée. Les envoyés spéciaux femmes et jeunes se sont bien implantés dans l'univers institutionnel du leadership de l'organisation. Tout au long des 8 années de ce double mandat, bien d'autres domaines cruciaux ont retenu toute l'attention qu'ils méritent, de par leur importance.
partnership with the United Nations, all have been at the center of our collective endeavor. I would like to seize this opportunity to pay special tribute to a major architect of this partnership. I'm here referring to Antonio Guterres, a great friend of Africa. Thank you, Antonio. The membership of the African Union, the G20 and the BRICS, of which several African countries are members, have crowned this visibility. On all these issues, the specialized structure of the African Union and the member states have carried out in-depth discussions and outlined clear prospects for some and given concrete form to many others. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a few months ago I sent to Your Excellencies a letter relating to some urgent issues at the heart of the future of our Union and its capacity to attain as best as possible our objectives. I'm here thinking first of the Peace and Security Council, which I mentioned earlier on, and its role should be carried out on the basis of texts that govern its function, its operation, from which it draws the strength and legitimacy to design, supervise the pressing issues of our collective security and impose, if necessary, the required sanctions. It is very regrettable that its decisions are sometimes contrary to our own principles, and when they are not, often remain dead letters. The decision of this central continental organ cannot be considered in a casual manner, nor by bias the concept and practice of its regional economic communities in the name of the hackneyed principle of subsidiarity interpreted in a self-interest and partisan manner. The mentioning of the PSC brings forth the issue of unconstitutional changes of government. In this regard, I mention in the said letter that we have only two options henceforth: either abandon the principles that currently govern this issue or apply them seriously. Notwithstanding the fact that we can revise them, adapt them to the new realities, I think for our own credibility, we should continue to establish these principles like a litany while trampling on them and accepting their flagrant and constant violation. There is nothing that eats more into our credibility than such an attitude, which has recently led to a real distrust in the rules and principles and weakened into...
J'ai mentionné également le marasme persistant et paralysant de notre insupportable division en matière de représentation en relation avec nos partenariats dits stratégiques. J'appelais ici encore à choisir l'une des deux options qui s'y présentent pour nous et dont j'ai présenté clairement les termes dans ma lettre. J'avais également mentionné la question récurrente du financement de l'organisation, laquelle paradoxalement contraste avec les tendances continues de multiplication des organes sans souci de leur financement. Une organisation indépendante et gardienne de notre liberté et de notre souveraineté ne saurait se construire par le financement d'autrui. J'avais également soulevé la réduction privative d'initiative du président de la Commission de l'Union africaine et appelé à son harmonisation avec les obligations légales et coutumières qui s'imposent désormais à lui. En somme, l'essence de ma correspondance est simple et peut-être brutale. C'est la question d'être dignement ou ne pas être de notre organisation, placée devant une terrible conjugaison de facteurs de complexité.
A terrible combination of factors of complexity. These are all the problems that you are facing today that I wanted to raise very modestly in my letter. Are we finally going to open our eyes to the fate of organization, or are we continue to let it lament and moan? Excellency Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a commonplace truth today to affirm that the concepts and legal instruments serving as a framework of analyzing The dynamics of contemporary international politics are outdated. They have lost their both the structuring and explanatory virtue of current global phenomena. Such an observation explains why the debates today focus on the modalities for the advent of a new global economic and political governance. Africa cannot remain silent and inactivity. It must imperatively throw itself into the battle to carve out its own place in the configuration currently being designed. It is not easy. It will require ingenuity, creativity, method, and courage. More generally, this will require real redemption for an awakening of the consciousness and conscience of the soul of Pan-Africanism, that of our awareness of our Africanity, that of the pride of our Africanity, that of the commitment to our Africanity, that of the rejection of our depersonalization and our nihilistic servility of our identity and our being. This is what African youth are calling for us to do. They are the majority in all our states and are becoming increasingly demanding. Their voices are resonating louder and louder thanks to the new forms of communication that amplify all expressions. African youth are constantly challenging us and putting us on trial for being out of step with their aspirations, which are that of an Africa that is open to itself, united, sovereign in its policies and choices, standing and interdependent. This solidarity has always been our lifeline in the fight against colonialism and apartheid and the completion of our independence. We have just paid tribute to the memory of a great combatant, Sam Nujoma. This should bring something and click something in our minds. Our solidarity should galvanize our consciences, our wills and our intelligence to lead us to a more promising common destiny. There are no other new path for our future than to listen and to give substance to the aspirations of our youth, our fellow citizens and our diaspora. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am leaving my office definitively in a few days. I confess that I feel overwhelmed by a sweet feeling of freedom that allows me to say a few words from the bottom of my heart. The first is a word of deep gratitude to Your Excellencies for the trust that you have placed in me by electing me for 2 successive terms as the chairperson of the African Union Commission. You must rest assured that I have measured and I continue to measure all the dimensions of this trust and the heavy weight of subsequent
porte sur l'autre et moi.
Word concerns the other one and me. In the other one, I'm thinking of our partners, especially those who have offered a sincere friendship and mutually beneficial cooperation. I want to thank them all and express our gratitude. I am also thinking of you present here, those who have left us also for different reasons. You have realized good and great things, and above all, as far as possible, respected a certain ethic and a line of conduct that we have believed to be consistent with our principles. Please accept my full gratitude. The members of the African Union Commission are the men and women that have worked very often in the shadows with diligence, dedication, discipline and talent. I would like to pay tribute to them. The third word relates to my own limitations. I wanted so much to do quickly and better during the 2 terms that you entrusted to me. I know that I have not done everything. Perhaps I underestimated the burden of the task and the weight of the constraints. I know that I may have made mistakes. I should not say perhaps, but I should say certainly I've made mistakes. Maybe here and there I have weakened and made mistakes and missed opportunities to do better. I would like to apologize and ask forgiveness if my shortcomings have caused any individual or collective harm. The fourth word relates to my feelings at the moment. I am happy to regain my freedom, but I know that we'll also have the nostalgia of the places, the women and men whom I have known, for the Ethiopian people, with their age-old civilization. To you, my brother, dear brother Abiy Ahmed, Amasaganalo. Maybe we'll have time to write the history of all this tangle of feelings and sensations. Finally, my fifth word is that of my oath to continue to think of Africa, to serve Africa, to dream for its youth for whom we have not done enough and for whom we must do a lot, because after all, it is they who count today and more so tomorrow. A final word to you, Mr. President, Chairperson, and Mr. President, dear brother Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, to tell you how much I appreciated your close relation throughout your mandate. You have been a master of wisdom, civic-mindedness, and loftiness, inspiring in all respects. To you, Mr. President, and dear brother Joao Lourenço, and I would like to stress that the quiet strength that you symbolize reassures me about a chairmanship of seriousness and substance. May you both in particular, and all of us, have an active thought for the great prisoner of the Sahel, President Mohamed Bazoum, whose interminable detention is not justified. He must be released unconditionally. I wish full success to our summit. I wish full success to our next leadership. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your statement. Thank you for your unwavering commitment. Thank you for dedication towards Africa's peace, development, and unity. Thank you very much. I will now have the honor to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency.
Monsieur le Président de l'Union africaine,
the chairperson,
all protocol observed. President Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, thank you for your leadership in the outstanding exercise of your mandate. President João Lourenço,
President João Lourenço, I commend you and I look forward for the opportunity to work with you as a new chair of the Union.
I also want to give a very special expression of gratitude to the chairperson of the African Union Commission, Moussa Faki, for his 8 years of strong and permanent commitment to multilateralism and impeccable cooperation with the United Nations. Cher Moussa,
dear Moussa, working with you was a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor.
Excellencies, the partnership between the African Union and the United Nations has never been stronger. Together, we see an Africa booming with hope and possibility. You have a booming, enterprising population, including the largest number of young people in the world. The African continental free trade is poised to turbocharge the region's economy, and calls to address the legacies of colonialism and slavery are growing louder, as reflected in your theme this year, and as reflected in the leadership of so many passionate voices for the liberation of Africa, such as the great Dr. Sam Nujoma of Namibia, whose life we celebrate and whose loss we mourn. The world must never forget that Africa is the victim of two colossal and compounded injustices. First, the profound impact of colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. The roots stretch back centuries, and the bitter fruit continues to affect Africans and people of African descent to this day. Decolonization alone in itself was not a panacea. Political independence did not free countries from structures based on exploitation and decades of economic, social, and institutional underinvestment. It is high time for reparatory justice frameworks to be put in place. Second, Africa was under colonial domination when today's multilateral system was created, and that injustice endures. Look no further than the United Nations Security Council. There is no excuse that Africa still lacks permanent representation in the 21st century. I will keep working with the African Union and all member states to ensure the representation Africa needs and the justice you deserve, including with 2 permanent members of the Security Council. And we will keep pressing together for an international financial architecture that is no longer outdated, dysfunctional, and unfair. Correcting age-old injustices is essential to address here and now challenges. And the good news is that we have many of the solutions we need. Last year, you helped drive that effort at the United Nations with the Pact for the Future. And I thank Africa for its support that was vital to approve the Pact. Our task now is to make those commitments a reality. South Africa's G20 chairmanship could not come at a better time. Let me point to 4 areas for action. First, we must push for peace, security, and alleviating appalling levels of human suffering. Sudan is being torn apart before our eyes and is now home to the world's largest displacement crisis and famine. As we near the holy months of Ramadan, it is time for an immediate cessation of hostilities. And the international community must come together to stop the flow of weapons and the bankrolling of bloodshed. In the Democratic Republic of the Congolese people have been suffering yet again from a brutal cycle of violence. And the fighting that is raging in South Kivu as a result of the continuation of the M23 offensive threatens to push the entire region over the precipice. Regional escalation must be avoided at all costs. There is no military solution. The deadlock must end, the dialogue must begin, and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the DRC must be respected. The conclusions of the recent joint EAC-SADC summit offer a way forward, with a renewed call for an immediate ceasefire and new momentum for regional efforts based on the Luanda and Nairobi processes. Now is the time for swift implementation. And you can count on the continued support of the United Nations, including MONUSCO. In the Sahel, the clear and present threat of terrorism is undermining peace, security, and sustainable development. And in Somalia, we are urging predictable funding for the African Union support and stabilization mission, and I hope that our voice will be heard by the Security Council. And as we gather here in Africa, I know all our minds are also very much on Gaza. A resumption of hostilities must be avoided at all costs. The Palestinian people have suffered too much. I welcome efforts by the parties to abide by the ceasefire agreement and urge action for a permanent ceasefire and the release of all hostages. Peace is possible in the Middle East, and that starts with tangible, irreversible, and permanent progress towards the two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. Excellencies, on all fronts, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the African Union to advance security, stability, human rights, and rule of law. Excellencies, second, we must keep working together to deliver the AU 2063 agenda and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and drive action on finance. African countries pay up to 8 times more to borrow than developed countries, and 20 are in or at risk of debt distress. The Pact for the Future supports an international financial architecture reform to reflect today's economy, ensuring fair representation and urging effective action on debt relief. And I will stand with Africa as a matter of justice and to right the historic wrongs. Excellencies, third, the climate crisis. Climate disasters are tearing across Africa, destroying lives, upending livelihoods, devastating economies, and inflaming conflict. At the same time, the renewables revolution is unstoppable, and Africa is poised to become a global clean energy powerhouse. Yet, today, Africa receives just 2% of global renewables investments. Realizing Africa's potential requires access to affordable finance, including by implementing the COP29 finance decision fully and on time, and supporting development of a roadmap to realize $1.3 trillion a year. Excellencies, Africa has contributed little to the climate crisis, yet is paying the price with record droughts, floods, and heat. Climate justice requires a massive investment in adaptation, with the international community bearing an enormous responsibility. Developed countries must double adaptation finance, and countries must significantly boost the loss and damage fund. Allow me a note. When the loss and damage fund was created, the pledging conference that took place has allowed for an amount that is equivalent at the highest contract for a basketball player in the United States. It is absolutely necessary to make the Loss and Damage Fund an effective instrument to support developing countries in adaptation. And we also need justice when it comes to your abundant critical minerals. Too often, your countries are plundered, bound to the bottom of value chains as others grow rich on your resources. The work of the United Nations Panel on Critical Energy Transition Minerals is designed to help embed justice, sustainability, and human rights across the value chain. Africa's minerals must benefit Africa's people. Excellences, enfin nous devons agir dans le domaine des nouvelles technologies, notamment l'intelligence artificielle. Près de 2/3 de la population africaine sont privés d'un accès fiable à l'Internet. Nous avons une responsabilité historique, faire en sorte que l'intelligence
AI benefits humanity, not just a privilege for few. The Global Digital Pact shares the ambitions of the African Digital Compact: universal connectivity, capacity building, and responsible AI governance. I will share a model on capacity building so as to assist the Global South to use AI for the common good. Together, let's ensure these commitments are honored. Excellencies, the United Nations and the African Union stand united in our determination to deliver justice for your continent, leaving no one behind. We have much to build upon, so together, let's make commitments reality. And once again, let me say something in my mother tongue and say with one voice, Viva Africa.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. We highly appreciate your leadership in strengthening the African Union-United Nations partnership. Thank you. As-Sayyidat wa Sada.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I'm very happy and honored to welcome today His Excellency President Mahmoud Abbas Abu Mazen, President of the State of Palestine. You have the floor, Excellency. Excellency Mohammed Wild al-Ghazwani, President of the Republic of Mauritania and the Chairperson of the African Union. Excellency Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Mr. Abiy Ahmed. Excellency Musa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. At the outset, I wish to extend our congratulations to Excellency President João Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, for becoming the chairperson of the African Union for the year 2025. We wish him full success. We extend our thanks to His Excellency President Mohammed Ould Al-Ghazouani for his chairmanship of the previous session of the African Union. I'm very happy to meet once again with you and on behalf of the Palestinian people, who have a great deal of esteem to the people and the leaders of African states. We are proud of our friendship with them. They have always provided to us a faithful support to our just struggle for freedom and independence. Heads of state and delegation, at the time when we are working with countries in the world and international organizations to consolidate the ceasefire and provide more humanitarian assistance, and at a time when the state of Palestine is fulfilling its mission in the Gaza Strip to assist the refugees and to go back to their areas and to provide the living conditions for our people, and to, as we are preparing for the reconstruction, we hear calls for deporting our people from their lands and affecting the sovereignty of other countries. These calls are meant to distract the world from the war crimes and the genocide and the destruction in Gaza, in addition to the crimes of colonization and the settlers grab land and annexation, in addition to attacks against holy shrines in the occupied territories and Jerusalem. These are carried out by the forces of occupation and the gangs of settlers. The aim is to destroy the possibility of a two-state solution for the Palestinian cause. Today, more than 2,300,000 people live in Gaza, including 1,500,000 refugees, 1,500,000 refugees who were forced to leave their country in 1948. They suffered from more than 50 massacres by the terrorist Zionist gangs. The only place they can go back to is their cities and villages from which they were expelled during the Nakba. In implementation of UN Resolution 194, which calls for the return of Palestinian refugees to the cities and the villages from which they were deported, and that they would be compensated for the harm they suffered. We reaffirm our complete rejection for all the calls aimed at deporting the Palestinian people from its land. This will keep the region in the cycle of violence instead of going to peace creation. It is an illusion for people to believe that they can have a new century agreement or to deport our people by occupying our land. In this regard, we hail the positions of the countries that rejected the calls for deporting our people from their land and stood by our side to defend their rights. We highly hail the position of the African Union and its member states in this regard. The Israeli colonial practices mean that we need to have an urgent action by the international community and the Security Council before the forces of radicalism disseminate to kill the two-state solution. Heads of state and delegation, the Palestinian cause is the cause of a people seeking freedom and independence. Our commitment to international legality and the signed agreements, including the implementation of the vision based on a two-state solution, mean that we need to end the Israeli occupation that occupies with military power the land of the state of Palestine and its Al-Quds, the eastern part of Al-Quds. There is the UN Resolution 338, also UN Resolution 242, and the Arab Peace Initiative, whose aim is to enable the people of the region to live in peace and security. All of this in implementation of the consultative opinion of the International Court of Justice, which has stipulated the illegality of occupation and that it should be ended in 12 months. This was decided by the International Court of Justice. There's also the decision by the UN General Assembly and the call for a conference that will take place in Geneva next month. I call upon the AU member states on this occasion to participate in this important conference. Heads of government and delegation, the achievement of peace and security requires from all of us to effectively participate in the global alliance to implement the two-state solution and to support the International Conference for Peace that will take place in the United Nations by the middle of next June under the dual chairmanship of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France. This will be an opportunity to mobilize international resources for the international recognition of the State of Palestine and to obtain our full membership in the United Nations. We have not been able to achieve this because of the vetoes of the United States. Our aim is to implement the two-state solution based on international legality. The holding of the AU summit and the theme of justice through compensation reflects your authentic commitment to justice as a universal human value. It is a commitment whose echoes are seen in your continuous support to the Palestinian people who are still suffering from the last form of colonization in the world. We are the only ones living under colonization. You lived under this colonization, but you were liberated. Finally, we reiterate our thanks to the African Union and the member states for their continued support to the struggle of the Palestinian people to cherish their freedom and independence. And we wish your summit full success and more prosperity for the African people and their free peoples. Thank you very much for your attention.
Shukran.
Thank you, Excellency President of the State of Palestine, Abu Mazen, for your statement, your participation. Mr. President confirms the continued support of the African Union to the Palestinian cause, full support.
We invite His Excellency Muhammad Wuld Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chairperson of the African Union, to deliver his opening remarks. Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة على سيدنا محمد. أصحاب الفخامة.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Mrs. Mia Mutli, heads of government and delegation, Excellencies, Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, dear guests. At the outset, I wish to extend my thanks to the government and the people of Ethiopia for the efforts made to hold this summit. We thank them for the support and the hospitality accorded to us in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa, which saw the establishment of our organization as inspired by the founding fathers, to have an Africa that is peaceful and united. I'm very happy to reiterate my thanks to my brothers, the presidents of the member states of the African Union, for the honor bestowed in me for chairing this organization. I thank them for their continued support throughout my mandate. I also extend my thanks to the presidents of countries and who are with us to attend this important meeting at the beginning of 2025. This year raises a number of questions. Thank you, Excellencies, heads of government. My chairmanship of the African Union has taken place at an international period that is highly sensitive. This also coincided by our adoption of the second decade plan within the framework of Agenda 2063. It represents a plan for development for member states and the regional economic communities and the various organs of the African Union. By adopting this decade plan, we can see our solid commitment to meet the aspirations of our peoples, to have the Africa that we all want, in spite of the obstacles and in spite of all the challenges. And these challenges are tremendous. When I became the chairperson of the African Union, I was fully aware of the volume of the commitment and the responsibility. Today, our world is witnessing various crises. These are where we have more areas of conflict, and tensions have jeopardized relations between countries. They have also jeopardized the values on which the world system has been established since the Second World War. After a particular period of the development of international organizations and our belief in a more just world, the references went back and hopes collapsed, and now there is a revision of the international system in a way and that the contours are not clear. For a number of years, unfortunately, bloodshed continues. Many people found themselves in difficult humanitarian situations. The world has witnessed a level of violence unprecedented since the Second World War. Palestine is what Palestine is facing is a good example of this. This global situation is made more complex and complicated by the wars in Africa. These crises, global and continental, have had a negative impact on the efforts of development in our continent, where there are tremendous challenges such as poverty, unemployment, and the weakness of health systems and the weak economic structures, in addition to the impact of climate change, the dissemination of terrorism. All of this is having an impact on peace and security. It is destroying the social fabric of our communities. In my previous speech, I committed myself to work on these challenges, and I worked during my term on respecting the rules and regulations of the African Union. All of this in full harmony with the AU Commission and the regional economic communities and the regional organs. Our aim was to consolidate the efforts of peace and to reach peace on the basis of dialogue by supporting the valuable efforts made by Excellency Ngasso, President Ngasso, at the head of the African High-Level Committee on Libya. I also continued work with President Paul Kagame and President Tshisekedi to deal with the situation in Eastern DRC. In 2024, Mauritania hosted the third meeting to consolidate the peace initiative in Sudan. We also met General Al-Burhan on the 13th and the 14th of January 2025, and the aim was to end the hostilities in Sudan and to protect its peoples and territories. In spite of the efforts made by the Union and the regional economic communities and the member states, the establishment of comprehensive peace in our continent remains to be achieved. Therefore, I call for the implementation of the decisions made by the Malabo decisions in 2022. On the basis of the work of the PSC, and this can be done at 4 levels: harmonization, financial sustainability. All of this will meet the ongoing security challenges. All of this will enable us the possibility to explore more effective solutions to achieve peace and security. We need to identify the appropriate mechanisms that should enable us to settle the challenges of peace and security. In this context, we need the efforts of each one of us as part of a collective effort in order to meet these challenges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we gave a great deal of attention to the agenda of development during our term. We endeavored to mobilize resources by organizing or participating in a number of meetings. We organized with His Excellency Samuel Ruto in the Nairobi summit to support the resource mobilization. We consolidated this with our work with President Hassan Ouattara on the occasion of the economic summit held in Abidjan. This represented a landmark in resource mobilization for our organization. The efforts of support have led to renewing the mobilization of resources. We also participated in the work of the to mobilize more resources from Korea for the benefit of development. The volume reached for Africa from $5.5 billion to $10 billion, in addition to $14 billion to finance exports for countries investing in our continent, in addition to the fourth edition of the China-Africa Summit at the level of the heads of state. China declared to devote $50 billion to boost development in our continent. In addition to the efforts made for resource mobilization, we endeavored during our participation in the 7th meeting in Italy and the BRICS meeting in Russia in October. Also in our meeting in Brazil in November 24, in addition to other events, we endeavored to solve the problem of debt by promoting development. We also called for the review of the support and we called for establishing a new charter for financing development that would be more flexible and sustainable and would lead to the mobilization of resources that are commensurate with development. We also called for a better implementation of plans by the multi-party financial organizations for the benefit of development and for to implement our international agenda. In addition to resource mobilization, in order to promote development, we endeavored to turn our resources into an effective and sustainable development that can meet the faced challenges. These challenges have been worsened by the various crises. In this context, and in line with what was indicated, we called for a more flexibility to enable people to access education. In line with the theme for last year, we had this meeting in Mauritania in collaboration with the African Union, a continental meeting on education and employment of youths. This meeting was held in Nouakchott. The aim was to integrate youth and employment and to youth represent the majority of the people, and these youths face the dangers of violence, the radicalization and illegal migration. I call upon the summit to adopt the Nouakchott Declaration because it calls for a sustainable education to support peace and security and to create jobs and to reduce unemployment and precarity. African youths need an effective educational and training system. They also, like other African citizens, need health systems that enable them to have access to good quality health care. This will enable them to deal with the arising health issues as witnessed in our continent, such as the smallpox, cholera, and the like. In this context, I would like to hail the work carried out by the Africa Disease Center in dealing with the sudden health crisis. I congratulate Dr. Jankaya for the pioneering work done in this regard. Today, I will present a detailed report on this issue. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the Dhaka Declaration on food security and the following, we held two exceptional meetings to consolidate the agricultural systems. The first meeting was held in Nairobi in May 2024. It dealt with soil and the use of fertilizers. And in January 25, there was also a meeting in Kampala to develop flexible agricultural systems. A strategy and an action plan were adopted in order to promote a comprehensive agricultural development for the years starting 2026. I invite the summit to adopt the declaration and the action plan, and the same applies to the declaration of Nairobi. The aim is to promote investment and develop agricultural industries. The focus on industry requires that we need to have an energy that is sufficient and at an acceptable cost. We held in Dar es Salaam with Her Excellency Samia Suluhu, and in coordination with the African Development Bank and the World Bank, in last January, we held the African Summit on Energy in order to promote access to electricity for millions of Africans in sub-Saharan countries. There were a number of energy pledges. In this regard, I call for extending our congratulations to the President of the African Development Bank and the President of the World Bank for their efforts to, within the framework of this ambitious partnership, to support development efforts in the continent. Energy plays an important role in dealing with climate challenges. These climate challenges have a major impact on our countries. There is the issue of global warming, and we need to deploy more efforts for the energy transformation. On your behalf, during the 29th session of the multi-party meeting on climate change, COP29, held in Baku in 2024, we called for the need for the international community to fulfill its commitment and to assist us in dealing with the negative impact of climate change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the achievement of the second action plan to implement Agenda 2063 is closely related to the coordination between the AU and the regional economic communities. For this reason, in our mid-year coordinating committee in Accra, we focused on integrating our national plans in continental programs to achieve African complementarity and to make its voice heard. This common voice will enable us to have the position that should enable us to effectively participate in the development of international agenda that should focus on sensitive African issues. Therefore, in all these events, we defended the rights of the African continent in its representation in the Security Council. We also called for a review of the international rules of governance. Our efforts were positively met, and there were clear commitments to work on them in the various meetings. But the effectiveness of the follow-up and the joint African work mean that we need to continue the structural transformation of our continent. You all know the questions raised by the structural transformation, such as the principle of alternation and how this is implemented in addition to distribution of positions. Because of the sensitiveness of this issue, we held an extraordinary meeting of the Executive Council, during which there was a decision to see how we can apply the principle of alternation to have a just alternation between the regions. In line with this reformist spirit, we worked on the review of the skills within the African Union. An extraordinary meeting of the Executive Council was held in November 2024 to make a decision on the best ways to carry out this operation. Following extensive consultation, the Council identified solutions to this issue. It established a clear roadmap to continue this process. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in my initial speech, I emphasized the need to overcome the challenges, and I indicated that this could only be done by joint efforts on the basis of our common destiny in order to achieve our noble objectives. Today, I reiterate the same issue as I hand over the chairmanship to His Excellency President João Lourenço, wishing him full success in the mission he is entrusted with. I express my readiness to continue with supporting him. I should seize this opportunity to extend my thanks to Musa Faki Mohammed, the chairperson of the African Union Commission. I hail his leadership skills. I thank him for his valuable support during my term. I extend my thanks to the members of the African Union Commission and the various organs of the organization. I'm very proud for being able to serve my African continent and to be its voice in international meetings. I end my term fully convinced of the capacity of our continent to achieve the objectives of Agenda 2063. I'm more determined to work more effectively in this regard. I reiterate my congratulations to President João Lourenço. I wish him full success. I wish our summit full success. Long live the African Union. Long live Africa, independent and prosperous. I thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس.
Thank you very much, President, for your statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to invite His Excellency Ambassador Yusuf Mundoha Asumani, Ambassador of the Union of Comoros to Ethiopia and Permanent Representative to the African Union, Dean of the African Ambassadors in Ethiopia, to introduce the new Bureau of the African Union Assembly for this session. Your Excellency.
Excellencies, Ahmed Al-Ghazani, current President of the African Union and the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government of the African Union states, Your Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, Your Excellency the Vice President of Barbados, Prime Minister of Barbados, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Moussa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Deputy Secretary General of the Arab League of States, heads of delegations, excellencies, ambassadors, permanent representatives and observers of states, excellencies, commissioners, excellencies, heads of African Union organs, invited guests, all protocols observed, Assalamu alaikum. I have the honor of introducing the Bureau of the Conference for 2025 pursuant to Article 16 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference. The Bureau is as follows. Chair, the Republic of Angola, Southern Region. First Vice Chair, the Republic of Burundi, Central Region. Second Vice Chair, the Republic of Ghana, Western Region. Third Vice Chair, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Eastern Region. Apologies. Rapporteur, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Northern Region, which is submitted for your approval. Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and congratulations for the new elected Bureau. I have the honor now to invite Excellency Muhammad Wil Sheikh Al Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, to deliver his handover speech. Your Excellency, please.
Je voudrais remercier mes chers collègues.
I wish to thank my peers, associated at government, members of the Assembly, for having elected me at the head of the African Union as President for the period 2024-2025. Together, we have worked to advance the integration agenda on the continent. I wish to thank you for all the support and to thank you for the unflinching support that you gave me, contributing to the success of Mauritania and the entire continent in pursuing this lofty task. I will now call upon my brother, President João Lourenço, to hand over the baton, to him, and I wish him success in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I have the honor to welcome His Excellency João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, the new chairperson of the African Union, for the handover ceremony in the High Table. You are welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Your Excellency. Allow me now to call His Excellency João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, Chairperson of the African Union, to deliver his acceptance speech. Your Excellency.
So much.
His Majesty Mswati III from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Your Majesty Letsi III from the Kingdom of Lesotho, Your Excellency Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and the outgoing President of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of States and Government, Your Excellency Abiy Ahmed Ali, Prime Minister of the Democratic and Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of United Nations, Excellencies, representatives of heads of states and governments, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, members, Excellencies, and President Mahmoud Abbas, President of the Palestinian Authority, and our guest of honor, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps accredited in Addis Ababa, ladies and gentlemen. I would like, on the outset, to deeply thank His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed from the Democratic and Federal Republic of Ethiopia and his people for, once again, as it always the habit each year in February, that they host the most important meeting of the African Union. I would like to thank them for the warm welcome and hospitality that was accorded to us since our arrival in this beautiful country. I would also thank Mohamed Ould Ghazouan, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and the outgoing President of the African Union, for the proactive way, dynamic and proactive way that he led our organization during his tenure. We were able to carry out, through his mandate, actions that contributed to the achievement of the main objective defined by our organization for the last year that just ended. And we also built educative systems that are strong to allow quality education for African citizens, taking into account the better performance of our continent at the global stage, taking into account the objectives of the Agenda 2063 of the African Union and Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. Excellencies, you are leaving us a great legacy. It's upon us now to continue to work and capitalize on your work that you leaving for us. And I count on your support and experience, as well as the support of all the other African countries, so that Angola can also undertake a presidency that will be at the level of our expectations, and that we can also add our efforts for the achievement of the development goals of our countries, together with the achievement of Agenda 2063 in all our efforts in building the Africa that we want. My thanks are also addressed to all the African countries, but most especially Southern region, for the trust entrusted to us in order to lead in 2025 the African Union, at a time when our continent is faced with major challenges related to peace and security, which are a blockage to many initiatives and actions that we want to undertake for the development of our nations. As you all know, it is the first time that Angola is assuming this major responsibility of leading the destiny of our continent in the coming 12 months. But we are going to look attentively to the problems of Africa, and we are going to contribute with our experience to finding solutions to peace and security, and for the implementation by member states of our economic policies, social policies, to promote progress and development of our continent. This is very important for us. The fact that we are assuming the chairship of the African Union in 2025 At the time, we are also celebrating 50 years of our independence, national independence. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, throughout this conference, many issues will be discussed that are very important for our continent. The working framework of the African Union and the operationalization, the issue related to justice for African and people of African descendants to true reparations, which is the theme selected for this year, and a theme that Angola also chose for its chairship, which is related to the building infrastructure as a factor for development for Africa. These aspects, if combined, can allow us to build a communication channel and a channel of dialogue with our partners. It will make us understand the importance and the advantage of cooperating for a developed Africa, Africa that is industrialized, that is going to win over hunger, misery, and unemployment, and reducing the probability of armed conflict and illegal immigration. We will have the opportunity to address all these aspects in our 4th conference for development that is going to take place in Sevilla, in Spain, from 30th June to 4 July this year. And we believe this is a historical opportunity to redefine the rules of financing based on economic justice and inclusion, taking into account the commitments from previous conferences that were not fulfilled, especially the Monterrey Consensus, Doha Declaration, and Addis Ababa Declaration. The 4th Sevilla Conference is going to address the challenges that we are faced in the funding for development and promoting the adoption of innovative solutions and more effective solutions such as fiscal justice, debt relief, climate funding, reforms in financial and global institutions, and social inclusion. These are going to deserve our attention so that we can adopt a common position that can ensure the continent to reinforce its influence in the global governance and the reduction of the cost of the debt, and for a sustainable development of our continent. The achievement of these objectives is going to create synergies that are going to promote more trade, more cultural exchange, and technology and other aspects that are going to bring benefits for all the parts involved. We believe that in the objective that we aim for our countries, we include issues that are for priorities, especially in fundamental infrastructures, railways, roads, airports and ports, power supply stations that are essential for the industrialization of our continent and to improve the living conditions of our people. During our presidency of the African Union that we are going to assume from today, we hope to work together with all the members of our institutions. We're hoping to launch a plan for together with our partners so that the African Union Commission can be able to establish the basis for infrastructure projects that are going to be undertaken in our continent. We would like to underline the contribution of Angola for the development of Africa, taking into account our superavit when it comes to energy supply, especially in this sector of energy. Given its strategic relevance that it have in the transportation of goods and in African trade, between Africa and within Africa, taking into account the Lobito corridor and the Tanzanian railways that we believe are going to play a major role in connecting African countries and in promoting the trade that we want to achieve, especially under the AFCFTA. Taking into account what I've just said, I believe that we should come up with a well-defined strategy in order to yield the benefits. I believe that by integrating G20, it's essential in ensuring that Africa plays an active role in global decisions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the strategic lines of our presidency are aligned in general terms with the priority actions defined by our continent, especially under the acceleration of the implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan of the Agenda 2063, especially covering 2024-2034, centered in transportation infrastructure, connectivity, energy, natural resources, peace and security, agriculture, blue economy, continental integration, and African free trade area and strategic partnerships. In this framework, our major lines of our interventions of major importance is the issue of peace and security, because we believe this is one of the pillars for the materialization of the aspirations of our Agenda 2063 of the African Union, especially the program that aims at silencing the guns by 2030, by transforming Africa in a peaceful region, safe, with a promising future, with prosperity for all Africans, and in placing our continent in the development route. In the reports of our activities, the undertaken as a champion, AU champion for peace and reconciliation in Africa, I made a detailed presentation, the activities that I undertook in helping the achievement of peace in our continent, especially in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I will also present my vision on what I believe that is essential to be taken into account in the future in order to put an end to the conflicts in Africa and in order to address the challenge of unconstitutional change of government, terrorism, invasion, and occupation of neighboring countries. We also have major challenges related to natural disaster resulting from climate changes and Marburg, cholera, and other diseases that are affecting us, and call on us to unite our efforts in order to find collective solutions for their elimination. In this perspective, I believe that it's essential that the third conference on the oceans that is going to take place in France is an opportunity for us to address the main concerns of this topic and that are affecting our continent. With more than 30 coastal countries, our continent will have to protect maritime ecosystems and promote blue economy and undertake more actions against illegal fish, maritime pollution, and against climate changes, which are major challenges that we have to face together permanently. I would like to hope that this conference will contribute to reinforce our coastal resilience and building conditions
to mobilize international funding for sustainable projects under the blue economy. Excellencies, this year and during the Angolan presidency, we are going to work in coordination with the African Union Commission to mobilize financial resources through the contributions of our member states in order to be able to have necessary resources for the realizations of projects and programs of continental level and reducing our dependencies for external funding. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are living a global landscape, a very challenging global landscape, especially with the challenge in our continent and in Eastern Europe and Middle East. Despite all that, we are sure that by combining our efforts and joining force, we are going to overcome these challenges and build the Africa that we dream of, contributing in the solution of the problems that are affecting our humanity. It's in this context that I believe that we should continue to act together so that the United Nations will be more inclusive and more aligned to the challenges and opportunities. And the reform of the United Nations should continue to be a priority for our continent. And it is very important to reaffirm our commitment with the consensus of Ezuline and the Sirte Declaration of 2005 for 2 seats as permanent members with the right of veto and other privileges that are related to the seats. Excellencies, I would like to call on you, your best contribution, so that our presidents of our continental organization that we assume today can take part, can happen in a climate of understanding and the dynamism that is necessary in this long work that we together undertake for the transformation of Africa as a continent that rich and prosperous for its people. Allow me to address my vote of thanks to His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed and the outgoing commissioners that had their mandates at the Commission for their excellent work throughout their mandates at the helm of our common house of Africa. I wish to the new coming Commission successes in their mandates and endeavors. And I appeal that the Pan-African spirit and the ideals of our founding fathers continue to lead the future of our continental organization. I would like to hereby accept to undertake the functions of the chair of the African Union, and that our tears today for having lost the African child, Simon Yoma, will be transformed in strength that will help us achieve the challenge that are ahead of us. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in introducing the theme of the year 2025, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations, it is now with great honor that I welcome Her Excellency Dr. Monique Inzanza Baganwa, the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, who will share her introductory remarks. Your Excellency. Then we will introduce Barbados.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Chairperson of the African Union, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency and dear brother, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, allow me to stand on already established protocol. Over the past centuries, the voices of Africans and people of African descent have echoed in various quarters with a singular demand: justice. Justice for the millions who were forcibly uprooted from their homes. Justice for those whose lands were plundered, wealth stolen, and dignity were stripped away. And justice for the generations that continue to face economic, social, and political disenfranchisement stemming from historical wrongs. As I draw my term in office as Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission to an end soon, a unique opportunity is offered to me and one of my teams, SIDO, to introduce to you the 2025 theme of the year, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent through Reparations. As we embark on this journey in 2025, we are guided by the words of the eminent Pan-Africanist Kwame Nkrumah, who declared, and I quote, "We face neither east nor west. We face forward." The African Union's Agenda 2063 envisions a continent that is integrated, prosperous, and driven by its own citizens, a continent that is peaceful. The strength of this Africa has always been in its unity and resilience. At this moment, we stand at the precipice of history, and together we shall pave the way for a more just and dignified future for Africa, the CARICOM, and Africa's global diaspora at large. Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, as I conclude, since I'm not the one to deliver the high-level message, we have two leaders who will do it in just a short. But let me take this opportunity to thank all our stakeholders who have journeyed with us. Thank you, Ghana, and our champion, President Mahama, for inspiring the African Union with this theme. I wish to thank you, my dear brother Musa Faki, for your leadership and support. But through you also, acknowledge our teams who have worked hard around this theme of the year. Especially, I wish to recognize two ladies. Madam Coleman from your cabinet chairperson and Angela from SIDO. You did an amazing work. Special appreciation goes to Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados and Chair of the CARICOM Authority. You have traveled all the way from home to another home to join us in today's launch. May I now invite you, Your Excellency, to come to the podium and address this august assembly. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Your Excellencies, and may I start, Chairperson of the African Union, President of Angola, Your Excellency, Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and our host, Dr. Abiy Ahmed, Your Excellency, outgoing Chairperson of the African Union and President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of the African Union, and First Ladies present, Your Excellency, the President of the Palestinian Authority, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, former heads of state and heads of government of the African Union, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and guests all. I stand here clothed in the spirit of the battles of Adwa, conscious that it was that battle within 24 hours that shook the confidence of the powers of Europe, but inspired the people of Africa and the children of the African diaspora that good would prevail over evil and light over darkness, but only in the context of our unity. I stand here conscious that it was that battle that forged the beginnings of Pan-Africanism that eventually led to the movement for independence and the destruction of the colonial powers to give us not full development and power, but the first steps of political independence. I stand here conscious and buffeted by the dreams and works of the great Pan-African pioneers, and conscious that as a children of the Caribbean, we have long dreamt for the moment of unity with our brothers and sisters of Africa, a division that was secured by those whose success and survival depended on separation of us rather than on the ability for us to act as one common people. Our relationship, you can say, was embryonic. But regrettably, as long as it has been and as related as we have been, it has been sporadic. And it is up to us, as the children of independent states, to determine whether the history of separation shall be our future, or whether the spirit of Adwa can be our inspiration to confront the challenges of a new world. Yes, I stand here as a daughter of Africa. I stand here equally as a proud Prime Minister of Barbados, a country which is the first landmass that you reach after you leave this great continent of Africa. A country which became a hub for the wrong reasons, but today I come to Ethiopia to share with you in the Africa Union that we can be a hub now for the right reasons between our two peoples. I stand here as the proud chairman of CARICOM, the Caribbean community, recognizing that as a member of the 6th region of Africa, we have come to reclaim our Atlantic destiny. We have come to ensure that the very futures of our people are different and will not once again be determined by a middleman who will ensure that the Middle Passage is one that sees our people at the bottom of the ocean's floor of the Atlantic or in the fields of the plantations of the Caribbean, but instead that it will be a future that sees our people, hears our people, feels our people, and that will determine in future that it is we who shall forge the manner in which we cooperate, integrate, and invest, rather than simply being victims of a past history. I stand here equally as the chair of the V20, 70 countries across the world that are climate vulnerable, 40% of whom come from this great continent of Africa, recognizing that it is only through unity that we can confront the existential crisis of our generation, that of the climate crisis. The Secretary General of the United Nations has already laid out, ably so, many of the iniquities that we continue to face in spite of political independence. It was His Majesty Haile Selassie who popularized and told us that there shall be no first-class or second-class citizens, words popularized by Bob Marley, learnt by all of our people without appropriately recognizing the context in which he spoke and the mission which must be ours for generations until it is achieved. He told us that there would be war if there were first-class and second-class citizens. He told us that there would be war if the color of our skin was more significant than the color of our eyes. And we see here in the continent the continued descent into conflicts born out of ethnicity differences, born out of a mad grab for resources, not invariably for our own benefit, but for the benefit of others who seek to use our people as pawns in the determination of their own future. But we stand here as proud people, and we have enough among ourselves to know the difference between right and wrong, and to forge a future that is not for a few, but for the many. Indeed, as the world confronts the climate crisis, it is the poorest of the poor who remain the most vulnerable to floods and droughts and hurricanes. It is the poorest of the poor, and soon to be the middle of the middle, who will no longer be able to access insurance and therefore to be able to forge ahead with development if we do not make changes. We have examples of a partnership that have worked for us, not just from the spirit of Adwa and the conquest and the rise of the Pan-Africanist movement in our history, but within recent times. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was the African Union, under the leadership then of President Ramaphosa, and with the assistance of Dr. Tedros of the WHO, that recognized that the Caribbean, which was being marginalized by denial of access to basic therapeutics, basic medical equipment, to vaccines, that we should not be left as pariahs on the global landscape, but that our brothers and sisters in Africa would bring us through the Africa Medical Supplies platform to be able to ensure that we could secure for our own people. It was with the solidarity of many of you in the Africa Union that the Bridgetown Initiative has been able to take root and to make a case for a more modern and a fairer system that allows us to be able to access finance and to be able to put in place measures that allow us to be able to pause our repayment of debt during the period of necessity for rebuilding after horrific climatic events. We have seen how partnership helps us. We do not need any more evidence. What is required of us is to lead the way to peace, to prosperity, and to justice. And the reparations which we call for the international community to be able to recognize, first and foremost, with that which we ask from each of our children. Say sorry. Say sorry and mean it. And after you say sorry, recognize that the future of the world is not possible without the stability of Africa and its diaspora. For as long as hypocrisy and double standards remain, it will be impossible to secure stability and peace in any nation across the earth. The reparations that we call for, beyond sorry, must be for fair access and development and compensation, because we each started the journey of independence with a chronic deficit. A deficit of resources, a deficit of fairness, a deficit of opportunity. And it is up to us, many of us in the second and third generation of independence, to be able to frame out fairly in a mature conversation what those reparations must look like if we are to attain justice and to inspire the young people of this world that good must always prevail over evil. But it is not only the reparations that we ask from the international community, because we ourselves must repair the damage that was foisted on us. The notion that transit visas, begging for them, must be the lot of our people in order to move across this world cannot be something that gives us satisfaction. To go east and to go west, we are first forced to go north. It is not right. And it is not beyond the heads of government and heads of state of the region, of the Caribbean community, and of the continent of Africa to determine that we must stop talking about, but simply do what is necessary to build the air bridges and sea bridges to guarantee that we control our destiny. I ask us to reflect on this because it is this simple act, apart from our music and our culture and our food, that will guarantee that it is not simply heads of government and heads of state that will meet in Accra or Bridgetown, but it is ordinary people who will be able to trade and to move from the closest point of Dakar to the closest point of Bridgetown, to be able to open up the opportunities that technically ought to be available not just simply through the Africa Free Trade Area or the CARICOM single market and economy, but through the combined opportunities provided by both. I ask us equally to recognize that in an era where AI is threatening to redefine what humanity can do and even if we can survive, that it is not ours to be the victims once again of technology as we were with gunpowder, but it is for us to help shape the future of the world, because more often than not it is Africa and its people who have brought the humanizing forces to bear on civilization. And if we are to be the cradle of civilization, then we are to be the protectors of people and planet, of humanity, as we go forward. And some watching on may say, how? And I say, how not? How not does a continent that has 40% of the world's minerals not be in charge of helping to secure the destiny and stability of the planet? How not does the numbers of our two communities, who constitute a third of the world's states, not act in singular purpose to forge the kind of world that we want and to be able to ensure that the institutions that deny access to us, to hear our voices as reflective of the continent and of the small island developing states of the world, how do we not secure that admission, which is not only just, but a moral imperative if the world is to have stability in this 21st century? My friends, I ask you, how do we not secure this victory when 1 in every 5 and possibly 1 in every 4 persons on the planet will come from this continent and its diaspora? Those who lead today have a moral imperative, not just to our citizens in our own countries, but above all else, to unity. The spirit of Adwa demands of us that we recognize that even in the face of the greatest technology being foisted upon us, that we can rise and win if we act in unity. This has been a message not given by our generation alone, but by previous generations of African and Caribbean leaders. But we ask ourselves, why does it elude us? And the answer comes not from outside, but only from within. When I speak of the USA with affection, I do not only want to speak of that which is known in the Americas. I want to speak about that which ought to have been possible if the 1884 Berlin talks did not take place. The possibility of the United States of Africa, which is as diverse as India, which is as diverse as China in terms of ethnicity and language and religion, but which is entirely possible if we see not ourselves first, but we see the unity of ourselves together. This may be the cry of a naive and romantic daughter of Africa. But if that is the case, I prefer to die being a naive and romantic daughter of Africa than one who is cynical and one who is daunted by the actions and power of others. We know what it is to stand in unity with you to fight apartheid and to fight for the liberation of the peoples of Africa. For when President Castro stood to send people from his own country to southern Africa to free your people, it was in my own country that the planes refueled, ensuring that that battle was possible. And when 100 years ago, almost, a Barbadian man and woman left our nation and left the United States to come here, Arnold and Mignon Ford, he wrote the anthem and lyrics of the anthem of the United Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, and his wife dared to establish a co-educational school here in Ethiopia, ensuring that boys and girls could receive education in a time and at a time when war was dominating the global landscape. They chose to see light rather than darkness. I ask us today, in tangible terms, that will allow our people to travel, that will allow us to pool our investments to ensure that the people of Africa not be denied the electricity that is so necessary as a platform for participation in the new world. I ask us not only to pool that investment, but to also ensure that we pool our voices, because there is too much division in this world today. There is too much war and there is too much conflict. And we know what precipitates and causes that. If we leave Addis Ababa with the commitment that the world is not going to be safe without a prosperous and stable Africa, then we understand what is the moral imperatives we must undertake in each of our countries to secure that unity of purpose and to secure ultimately the saving of the people and planet. I ask you today to recognize that, and I thank Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed for agreeing that the first in-face summit of CARICOM and the Africa Union should take place here in Addis Ababa on the 7th of September of this year of our Lord. By that simple act, we build on the inaugural summit which took place virtually in 2021. But more importantly, we seek to regularize and to establish as a permanent point of interaction the unity of which I speak and call for. And I ask you as I leave this podium to recognize that we too in the Caribbean want to see you. Indeed, in my own country in Barbados, we will celebrate the Caribbean Festival of Arts, the 15th CariFesta, from August 22nd to August 31st. And we do so not only asking for those from Cuba and Bahamas in the north to Venezuela, to Suriname and Guyana in the south, to Belize in the west and the Eastern Caribbean to come together to express our commitment to each other creatively through food and fashion and music and dance and art and sculpture, and talk of philosophy, talk of religion, talk of who we are, talk of the future. I ask us to recognize that we celebrate this year our resilience, and that we do so not only asking the people of the Caribbean to come, but the people from whom we came, here in Africa, in India, in China, and the continent to which we went, in particular, in Central America and Latin America. This is our moment to show the world that we were not simply apostrophes to the history and the modern history of humanity, but that truly we are the ones who can level the playing field and to create the opportunities that will allow the world to see people, hear people, and feel people, and to value the planet and its biodiversity at the very time when it is greatest in crisis. Let us remove the scars of history and be firm craftsmen of our faith, recognizing that the only people who can stop us now are we but ourselves. We have to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery and to build the future that our people want of us, and to give them that pride that is theirs. And we must do so in the spirit and with the results of ADWA. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Prime Minister of Barbados, Chair of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, for a global call for the African Union theme of year 2025. It is my distinct honor to welcome now His Excellency John Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana, as the African Union leader on advancing the cause of justice and payment of reparations to Africans. Your Excellency.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Chairman, President of Angola, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, Chairperson of the African Union, and in the interest of time, may I just proceed on established protocol and say, Your Excellencies, my colleague, heads of state, distinguished citizens. It's a privilege to address this historic launch of the African Union theme of the year 2025, and I quote, "Justice for Africans and the people of African descent through reparations," unquote. This moment marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of justice, equity, and the long overdue recognition of the historical injustices that continue to shape the lives of Africans and the people of African descent worldwide. At the 37th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the African Union in February 2024, our heads of state and government made a landmark decision to dedicate the year 2025 to the cause of reparatory justice. This decision underscores our collective commitment to addressing the historical injustices and their lingering consequences that have impacted generations of Africans and people of African descent. It aligns with our broader struggle for liberation, unity, and socio-economic empowerment as enshrined in Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, a vision for an integrated, peaceful, and prosperous continent. Your Excellencies, the transatlantic slave trade was one of the most heinous crimes against humanity, spanning about 400 years and forcibly displacing more than 12.5 million Africans. It is estimated that at least 2 million of our compatriots perished during the Middle Passage alone. The legacy of this brutal system, along with colonialism, apartheid, genocide, and neo-colonial exploitation, have left deep and enduring scars on the fabric of our societies. Today, the descendants of enslaved Africans continue to face economic disparities, social inequality, systemic discrimination, and racial prejudices. Addressing these challenges require more than just acknowledging them. It demands action. The economic impact of colonialism on Africa has been profound. Historical estimates suggest that the continent lost trillions of dollars in both human and material resources due to colonial exploitation. The forced extraction of wealth, which included minerals, cash crops, and labor, deprived African nations of the capital and infrastructure necessary for sustainable development. Colonial policies intentionally stifled industrial growth, leading to a dependency on foreign economies that persists even till today. The systemic plundering of Africa's natural resources, coupled with the disruption of traditional governance structures, has resulted in lasting consequences, worsening poverty, underdevelopment, and inequality throughout the continent. In November 2023, Ghana hosted the Accra Reparations Conference, a historic gathering that brought together African heads of state, scholars, and representatives of the global African diaspora to advance the reparations movement. This conference reaffirmed the urgent need for comprehensive reparatory justice and laid the foundation for stronger advocacy and policy frameworks. It provided a platform for dialogue on the financial, cultural, and social restitution necessary to address the enduring effects of slavery and colonialism. The outcomes of this conference served as a guiding pillar for our collective efforts moving forward. The 2025 AU theme of the year is therefore a call to galvanize efforts towards reparatory justice. It is an appeal to ensure that the dignity, rights, and well-being of Africans and their descendants are fully restored. Reparations involves not only financial compensation, but also restitution, rehabilitation, and guarantees of non-repetition for the abuse of fellow human beings. It is also about truth-telling, historical accountability, and the restoration of agency to those who have been marginalized for centuries. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the call for reparations, while including, extends beyond financial redress to encompass addressing structural inequalities, ensuring educational and economic opportunities, reclaiming cultural heritage, and amplifying the voice of Africa and the diaspora communities on the global stage. Achieving justice requires multi-stakeholder collaboration. Today's pre-launch event serves as a crucial platform for concertedly rolling out constructive consultation, dialogue, and partnership. We welcome the participation of AU member states, regional economic communities, the global African diaspora, civil society organizations, academia, the private sector, and international partners in this transformative endeavor. The African Union Commission, in collaboration with key partners, have developed a concept note and revised the roadmap to guide the implementation of the reparations agenda. This initiative will further the aspirations of Agenda 2063, fostering an Africa that is self-reliant, just, and inclusive. Through this launch, we seek to, among other things, mobilize political will and commitment towards reparatory justice and racial healing, present and discuss the roadmap for implementing the 2025 theme of the year, foster partnerships among AU member states, diaspora communities, and like-minded international allies, engage stakeholders in resource mobilization efforts to support reparations initiatives across Africa, elevate awareness and advocacy to ensure sustained engagement beyond 2025, encourage dialogue and knowledge sharing among experts, policymakers, historians, and affected communities, and finally, to ensure an end to the culture of silence and denial on racism and colonialism. Your Excellency, the work ahead requires a unified voice, a clear strategy, and unyielding commitment. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to working together to develop policies and frameworks that will support reparations efforts across Africa and beyond. We must continue to advocate for stronger legal and institutional mechanisms at the national, regional, and international levels to ensure that reparatory justice for the historical trauma inflicted on global Africa is not just a conversation, but a reality. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I wish to express Ghana's unwavering support for this critical initiative. Let us seize this moment with the determination it deserves as we work together towards a future that is fair, that is just, and equitable for all Africans and people of African descent, and by natural extension, the uplifting of all humanity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Allow me now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to move to the family photo while calling the rest of the respective delegates to remain in their seats. Remain in their seats, please, to ensure the smooth organization of the family photo. Allow me this time to call Excellencies and Honorable Heads of States and delegates in an organized manner to proceed to the photo session location. Allow me now to start by calling distinguished presidents from Liberia, Libya, Madagascar, and Malawi. Please follow our protocol team to the family photo. There is only one door open for the family photo, which is gate number 5. Please, protocol teams, lead our leaders to the family photo. And then the second row, please, distinguished presidents and heads of states from Cape Verde, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Comoros, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, Djibouti, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Swatini, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, and Lesotho. Please follow our protocol team to the family photo. Excellencies, presidents and heads of delegations from Sierra Leone, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Tanzania, Togo, Tunisia, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Algeria, Benin, Botswana, and Burundi. Please follow our protocol team to the photo session location. Honorable presidents and heads of delegations from Mauritania, Mauritius, Morocco, Mozambique, Namibia, Nigeria, Rwanda, Sahrawi Republic, Sao Tome and Principe, Senegal, Seychelles, please follow our protocol team. Excellency Prime Minister of Barbados. They went? Okay. Okay, with that, I thank you all for your time and I wish you fruitful deliberations. They didn't win. They will change. I have my team.
Deebiin akkam jirtu kabajamtoota daawwattoota keenya egaan yaa'iin hooggantoota gamtaa Afrikaa 38ffaan bakka ministeera muummee Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy Ahmed akkasumas dura ta'an komishinii gamtaa Afrikaa Musaa Faaqii Mahammad barreessaa olaanaan dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomanii Antoonii Guterees fi hooggantoonni biyyoota Afrikaa garaagaraa argamanitti banamee jira. Egaan asaasaa qinsaa isaanii ministeera muummee Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy Ahmed Afrikaan qabeenyi ishee seeraan alaa hatamuu saamamuu kaasanii garuu Afrikaa ceesisuuf rakkoolee jiran keessaa baasuuf tokkummaa fi kutannoon Afrikaanotaa akka barbaachisu kaasaniiru. Yeroon kunis yeroo kamiyyuu caalaa yeroo tokkummaan Afrikaanotaa itti barbaachisu yeroo waliin ta'uudhaan guddina Afrikaa karaa dinagdee, karaa siyaasaa, karaa dippiloomaasiitti dhugoomsuun danda'amu jechuun haasaa isaanii keessatti kaasaniiru.
Yeroo ammaa kun egaa yerootti addunyaan saffisa guddaatiin guddachaa jirtu waan ta'eef biyyoonni Afrikaas egaa addunyaa guddachaa jirtu faana tarkaanfachuutii fi tokkummaa isaanii cimsachuutiin gama garaagaraatiin egaa kallattii adda addaatiin hojjechuu akka qabanidha kan isaan kaasanii jiranii. Gama biraatiin immoo yeroon kun yerootti sagaleen Afrikaanotaa dhagahamuu qabudha. Keessumattuu waltajjii idil addunyaa irratti Afrikaanonni yeroo isaatti sagalee isaanii dhageessifachuu qaban ta'uu qabaadha. Akkuma beekamu egaa biyyoonni Afrikaa kolonii jala turuu isaaniitiin egaa qabeenya isaaniitiin hawaasummaatiin akkasumas dinagdeetiin siyaasaan miidhamaa turaniiru. Yeroon kun garuu yeroo itti haqni Afrikaanotaadhaa itti deebi'uu qabudha yaada jedhullee kaasanii jiru. Gama biraatiin immoo egaa Itoophiyaa keessatti hojiilee hojjetamaa turan keessaa gama qonnaatiin barnootaan kaasuu dandeenya. Kan barnootaa yoo fudhannee ilaalle keessumattuu jijjiirama asitti riifoormii damee barnootaa keessatti taasifame egaa dhaloonni bu'uurarraa ka'uutiin cimee guddatee sammuutiinis bilchaatee akka inni guddatuuf egaa manneen barnootaa barnoota idileetiin dura biyyattii keessatti bal'inaan hojjetamuu fi manneen barnootaa jiranis immoo sadarkaa isaanii fooyyessuutiif hojiin fakkeenyummaa qabu hojjetamaa tureera. Inni kunis immoo barattoonni dandeettiin shallaguu isaanii, dubbisuu isaanii, barreessuu isaanii akka inni cimuu fi cabiinsa sirna barnootaa yeroo ammaa kana mudatee jiru furuu keessatti illee gahee olaanaa waan qabuu fi dhaloonni bu'uurarraa yoo cimee hojii guddaa biyyaafis bu'aa buusuu waan danda'uuf isa kanarratti hojiin jalqabbii gaariin biyyattii keessatti hojjetamaa jiraachuudhaan boqan kaasan.
Egaan dabalataan ministeera muummee Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy Ahmed gama qonnaan waggoota 5 darban keessatti hojiin bu'a qabeessa Itoophiyaa keessatti hojjetamuu kaasaniiru. Keessattuu Itoophiyaan biyyoota qamadii biyyoota alaarraa galchaa turan keessaa tokko ta'uu kaasuun waggoota 5 darban keessatti hojii xiyyeeffannaan hojjetameen Itoophiyaan amma biyyoota qamadii oomishan keessaa Afrikaa irraa sadarkaa duraarra jiraachuu kaasanii jiru. Kunis immoo xiyyeeffannoo Afrikaan akka of dandeessuun gama nyaataan akka of dandeessuun hojii mootummaan xiyyeeffannoo fi xiqqeen hojjeteen milkaa'uu danda'u isaa kaasanii jiru. Akkasumas immoo rakkoolee biyyattii keessatti mudachaa turan seenaa keessatti rakkoo labdee rakkoo siyaasaa biyyattii yeroo hedduu hiraarsaa ture hiikuu keessatti mootummaan komishinii marii biyyaalessaa hundeessuudhaan rakkooleen jiran mariin akka furaman hojii bu'a qabeessa biyyattii keessatti hojjechaa jiraachuu kaasuun kunis immoo Afrikaanotaaf fakkeenya guddaa akka ta'ee fi Afrikaanonnis kanarraa barachuun rakkoo Afrikaa keessatti mudatan karaa mala Afrikaanotaan furuun akka danda'amu Itoophiyaan qabatamaan agarsiisuu ministeera muummee Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy Ahmed haalaan kaasanii jiru.
Gama biraatiin egaa yaadama ida'amuu qabachuutiin egaa keessumaa mootummaan jijjiiramaa erga gara aangootti dhufee yaadama kana qabachuutiin ida'amuu keessatti immoo egaa biyyattii keessatti siyaasa cabiinsa siyaasaa ture keessatti sabni tokko tokkorra guddatee akkasuma afaanni tokko afaan tokkorra akka waan caaluutti dhaadheeffamaa yookaan seeneffamaati kan inni ture. Seeneffamni dogoggoraa kun garuu sirrachuu waan qabuu fi yaadama ida'amuutiin sabaaf sablammoonni biyyattii tokkummaa qabaachuutiin waliin ta'uutiin walootiin biyya ijaaruun biyya utubuu waan danda'amuu fi fayyadamuu jirus walqixa fayyadamuutiif egaa yaadamni ida'amuu kun biyyattii keessatti jijjiirama guddaa buusuu fi kun immoo egaa biyya keessa qofa darbee Afrikaatiif illee bu'aa guddaa buusuu akka inni danda'uu fi paan Afrikaanizimii lafa dhaabuutiif illee yaadamni ida'amuu ka'umsa akka ta'edha kan isaan kaasan.
Egaan dabalataan ministeera muummee Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy Ahmeditti aansuudhaan haasaa kan taasisan komishinara komishinii gamtaa Afrikaa ta'uudhaan waggoottan 8 darbaniif tajaajilaa kan turan Musaa Faaqii Mahammad rakkoon nageenyaa Afrikaa keessatti ammas dhiibbaa olaanaa uumaa akka jiru kaasaniiru. Keessattuu rakkoon nageenyaa biyyoota gara Saahel baha Afrikaa keessatti akkasumas immoo Democratic Republic of Congo keessatti mul'achaa jiru furamuu akka qabu. Kunis immoo dinagdee Afrikaa daran hubaa akka jiruu fi qabeenyi uumamaa Afrikaa akka hatamuu seeraan akka qisaasa'u gochuu keessatti shoora olaanaa taphachaa akka jiru kaasan jiru. Dabalataan immoo gama rakkooleen siyaasaa akkasumas immoo dippiloomaasii idil addunyaa Afrikaa daran miidhaa akka jiran keessattuu waraanni Raashiyaa fi Yuukireen gama nyaataan of danda'u Afrikaa keessatti keessattuu dhiyeessii midhaan nyaataa irratti fi Afrikaan qabeenya qabdu alatti gurgurtuu akkasuma riisoorsii Afrikaan qabdu biyyoota alaatti deemee akka hin gurguramneef hudhaa guddaa akka ta'e kaasanii jiru. Afrikaan akka ceetuuf akka tokkoomtuuf akka jabaattee addunyaa irratti mul'attu yoo barbaanne nageenyaaf dursa kennuun tokkummaa Afrikaaf dursa kennuun hojjechuun akka barbaachisu kaasanii jiru. Egaan waggoottan 8 darban Itoophiyaa keessatti hojii hojjetaniif uummanni Itoophiyaa haala isaan simateef haala mijattuu Itoophiyaa keessatti dabarsanii fi uummataa fi mootummaa Itoophiyaa galateeffataniiru.
Egaa ajandaa 2063tiinis wal qabatee egaa akkuma tammayyuu kaastee Afrikaa keessatti rakkoolee uumamaa fi akkasuma namtolcheetiin mudataniin egaa Afrikaanonni rakkoo garaagaraa keessa dabarsuu fi kaanis ammas rakkoo keessa jiraachuu isaa kaasanii ajandaa 2063tiin garuu wabii midhaan nyaataa Afrikaa mirkaneessuu akkasuma nageenya waaraa Afrikaa keessatti mirkaneessuu fi fayyadamummaa dubartootaaf dargaggootaa mirkaneessuutii fi dhimma xiyyeeffannaatiin irratti hojjetamuu qabuu fi Afrikaanonnis isa kana hojjechuu irratti tokkummaa isaanii cimsachuu akka qabanidha kan isaan kaasan. Gama biraatiin dhimma jijjiirama qilleensaa illee kaasanii jiru. Yeroo ammaa kana egaa addunyaan jijjiirama qilleensaa mudachaa jiru egaa yaaddoo keessa jirti, balaawwan garaagaraa gahaa jiru. Isa kana dandamachuun kan danda'amu garuu qabeenya uumamaa kunuunsuu waan ta'eef isa kana irratti illee Afrikaanonni tokkummaatiin fakkeenyummaa biyyoota hojii kanaan milkaa'aa jiranii fudhachuutiin Afrikaanonni isa kana hojjechuu akka qabanidha egaa kallattii isaan kaa'anii jiran. Gama kanaan fakkeenyummaa Itoophiyaadhaa fudhachuu dandeenya. Keessumattuu inisheetivii sagantaa ashaaraa magariisaatiin ministeerri muummee Dr. Abiy Ahmed egaa waggoota 5-6 darban biqiltuu biiliyoona 40 caalu egaa biyyattii keessatti dhaabamuutiin ammi magariisummaa biyyattii dabaluu qilleensa mijataa ta'e uumuu dhaloota ittaanuuf egaa biyya badhaatuu taate biyya jireenyaaf mijattuu taate uumuu keessatti gahee waan qabuuf egaa hojiileen fakkeenyummaa akkasii qaban biyyoota Afrikaa keessaa tokko tokkotti hojjetamaa jiran kan birattis muuxannoo ta'uutiin babal'achuutiin jijjiirama qilleensaa kana keessatti illee biyyoonni akka isaan gahee isaanii bahatanis dhaamaniiru.
Isaanitti aansuudhaan barreessaa olaanaa dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomanii Antooniyoo Guuterees egaan Afrikaan karaa hundaanuu hubamaa akka turte hacuucamaa akka turte seenaan ifaa kan taasisu kuni uummata addunyaa hundaaf ifaadha. Amma garuu yeroo Afrikaan tokkummaadhaan tokko ta'uudhaan yeroo mirga isaanii dur sarbame itti deeffatan yeroo qabeenya qabanitti fayyadamuudhaan guddina itti fufinsa qabu dhugoomsan jechuun yaada isaanii kaasanii jiru. Egaan gama jijjiirama qilleensaan wal qabatee biyyoonni Afrikaa jijjiirama qilleensaa keessatti gaheen isaan qaban xiqqaa ta'us garuu dhimma kana rakkoo gama kana mudatuun biyyoonni hadda dureedhaan uumamaa jiran biyyoota Afrikaa akka ta'an kaasee biyyoonni guddatan kanaaf immoo beenyaa kan faluu akka qaban kaasanii jiru. Egaan Itoophiyaan gama kanaan wal qabatee biyyoonni guddatan dhiibbaa jijjiirama qilleensaan biyyoota guddatan irra ga'aa jiruuf biyyoonni guddatan kaffaltii beenyaa akka kaffalan biyyoota dursummaan sagalee Afrikaa ta'uun gaafachaa turan keessaa adda dureen Itoophiyaa ta'uun ni yaadatama. Dabalataanis immoo gaafachuu qofa odoo hin taane dhimma kanaaf furmaanni biqiltuu dhaabuudha jechuun yaadama ministeera muummee Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy Ahmediin hojii ashaaraa magariisaan haga ammaatti biqiltuun biliyoona 40 ol dhaabbachuun isaa ni yaadatama. Kanas dhaabbanni mootummoota gamtoomanii gama UNDPtiin hojiin ashaaraa magariisaa biyyoota Afrikaa 10 keessatti akka hojjetamu akka deeggaru beeksisee jira. Hojiin kunis biyyoota Afrikaa 10 keessatti hojii eegalee jira. Egaan Antooniyoo Guuterees amma Afrikaan yeroo itti kaatu yeroo sagaleen ishee itti dhageessisu ta'uu kaasuudhaan dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomanii damee nageenyaa keessatti yookaan immoo United Nations Security Council keessatti teessoo dhaabbataa akka qabaattu akka deeggaran kaasanii jiru. Yaada kanas ministeera muummee Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy Ahmed yeroo hedduu kaasaa akka turan aangoon biyyoota Afrikaa garaagaraas yaada ministeera muummee Itoophiyaa Dr. Abiy kana deeggaruudhaan yeroo hedduutti kaasaa akka turan ni yaadatama. Barreessaa olaanaa dhaabbata mootummoota gamtoomanii Antooniyoo Guuterees yaada kana akka deeggaran amma fiixaan ba'umsa isaatti kutannoon akka hojjetan kaasanii jiru.
Gama biraatiin egaa dhimmi nageenyaaf tasgabbii Afrikaadhaa dhimma isa ijoodha. Biyyoota Afrikaa garaagaraa keessatti nageenyaaf tasgabbiin dhabamuu isaatiin jalqaba hawaasa kan miidhamu, hawaasa miidhamu booda biyya kan miidhamaa deemu, qabeenya kan barbadaa'u akkasuma namoonni qe'ee fi qabeenya isaaniirraa utuu hin fedhin yeroo isaan itti buqqa'anii rakkoo hawaasummaa dinagdee fi akkasumallee siyaasaatiif yeroo isaan saaxilaman waan jiruuf Afrikaanonni rakkoolee irra deddeebiitiin Afrikaa keessatti mudatan kana wal ta'uutiin isa kana qolachuutiif hojjechuu qabu jechuudhaan egaa dhaabbanni biyyoota gamtoomanii illee isa kana keessatti deeggarsa taasisuu qabu akka inni taasisus himanii jiru.
Egaan isatti aansuudhaan dura ta'an gamtaa Afrikaa pirezidaantii Mooritaaniyaa Mohaammed Ould Gazaanii yeroo pirezidaantummaa isaanii keessatti rakkoo labdee rakkoo nageenyaa Sudaan keessa jiru furuuf yeroo hedduu gara Kaartuum deemuun aangawoota lamaan mariisisaa akka turan kaasanii jiru. Rakkoo biyyoota Saahil keessa jiru akka furamuuf hojjechuu isaanii kaasanii jiru. Dabalataanis immoo rakkoo Democratic Republic of Congo jiru furmaanni akka barbaachisu akkasuma immoo Dangaan Democratic Republic of Congo akka kabajamu aangawoota wajjin hojjechaa turuu isaanii yeroo dursummaa isaaniitti aangawoota Afrikaa garaagaraa wajjin walitti dhufuudhaan akkasumas komishinara komishinii akkuma durataa komishinii gamtaa Afrikaa Musaa Faaqii Mahammad waliin xiyyeeffannaan walitti dhiyeenyaan hojiilee gurguddoo Afrikaa ceesisan rakkoo Afrikaa furan hedduu irratti hojjechaa akka turan kaasanii jiru.
Egaa walumaa galatti namootni haasaa baniinsaa kanarratti haasaa taasisan hedduun isaanii ni jiru. Baay'een isaa garuu dhimma Afrikaa irratti kan xiyyeeffatuu fi dhimmi nageenyaaf tasgabbii Afrikaa, dhimmi dinagdee Afrikaadha, dhimmi hawaasa Afrikaadha. Hawaasa gahoomsuu irratti keessumaa gama teekinooloojiitiin hawaasni akka inni gahoomuu fi humni dandeettii isaatiillee akka inni cimaa deemuu fi isa kanarratti dhimma artificial intelligence irratti illee xiyyeeffannaatiin hojjetamuu akka qabu waltajjii kanarratti ka'ee jira. Pirezidaantiin Angoolaa Jaao Lorenso fi pirezidaantiin Mooritaaniyaa Mohaammed Ould Gazaanii immoo baallii dura teessummaa gamtaa Afrikaa guyyaa har'aa kana fudhatanii egaa bakka hooggantoonni olaanoon argamanitti baallii kana walirraa fudhatanii jiru. Ganama kana wanti ture kana fakkaata. Waaree kana booda immoo mariin gamlamee fi dhimmoonni garaagaraa waan itti fufanii gaggeeffamanii fi OBN egaa odeeffannoo jiru kana faana bu'uutiin hordofee kan daawwattoota keenya biraan ga'u ta'a.
Turtiin keessan OBN waliin haa ta'u galatooma.
ክቡራን ተመልካቾቻችን እየተከታተላችሁት የምትገኙት በቀጥታ ስርጭት ወደ እናንተ እየደረሰ የሚገኘውን 38ኛው የአፍሪካ የመሪዎች ጉባኤን ምክንያት በማድረግ ከስቱዲዮና እንዲሁም ደግሞ በቀጥታ የአፍሪካ ህብረት ጉባኤን ወደ እናንተ እያደረስን ቆይታ አድርገናል። የማካካሻ ፍትህ ለአፍሪካውያንና ለዘራ አፍሪካውያን በሚል መሪ ቃል ነው የዘንድሮው 38ኛው የአፍሪካ የመሪዎች ጉባኤ እየተካሄደ የሚገኘው። እንግዲህ እኛም ከጧት ጀምሮ የተለያዩ ሀሳቦችን እያነሳን በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ ነበር ቆይታ ያደረግነው።
እንግዲህ እኛ ጧት ከነበረን ቆይታ በኋላ እንግዲህ ወደ ቀጥታ ስርጭቱም የመራንበት ሁኔታ ነበር። ከዛ በኋላም ብዙ የስራ ኃላፊዎች እንግዲህ ንግግር ያደረጉበት ሁኔታ አለ ከጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ ጀምሮ እንዲሁም የአፍሪካ ህብረት ኮሚሽነር ሙሳ ፋቂ መሐመድ ከዛው ተጨማሪ ደግሞ የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ አንቶኒዮ ጉተሬዝ እንዲሁም የተለያዩ ሀገራት መሪዎችና ተወካዮችም የተለያዩ ይዘት ያላቸው ሀሳቦችን ያንጸባረቁበት ጉዳይ አለ። ለመነሻ ያህል ከጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ ነው የምናነሳው። እንደሚታወቀው የ38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት መሪዎች ጉባኤ መሪ ቃሉ ከፍትህ ማካካሻ ጋር ተያይዞ መሆኑን ይታወቃል። በዚህ ንግግራቸው እንግዲህ ካነሱት አንዱ ጉዳይ ራሱ ይህ ጥያቄ የችሮታ አሊያም ደግሞ የፋይናንስ ድጋፍ እንዳልሆነ ዋና አላማውም ፍትህ ማስፈን ወይም የፍትህ ጉዳይ እንደሆነም ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድም አጽንኦት በመስጠትም የገለጹበት ሁኔታ አለ። እንደሚታወቀው ከቀኝ ግዛት ጀምሮ በአፍሪካ ሀብት እንዲሁም ሁለንተናዊ እንቅስቃሴ ስልታዊ በሆነ መንገድ ዘርፈ ብዙ የሚባል ጫናዎች እንዲሁም ጉዳቶች የደረሱበት ሁኔታ እንዳለም አጽንኦት በመስጠት ገልጸዋል። ስለዚህ እነዚህ ጫናዎች ለመመከት ደግሞ የፍትህ ማካካሻ አስፈላጊ እንደሆነም አጽንኦት በመስጠትም የገለጹበት ሁኔታ አለ። በተለይ ሁሉም ዘር እንደ ሰው ተከብሮ እንዲኖር ደግሞ በዓለም ፍትህ መስፈን ትክክለኛ እርምጃ እንደሆነ አፍሪካም ይህን ጥያቄ እያነሳች ያለችውም አሁኑ በ21ኛው ክፍለ ዘመን ያለው አግላይ የሆነ ስርዓትም ፍትሃዊ በሆነ መልኩ መልስ ከመስጠት አንጻር መሆኑም አጽንኦት በመስጠትም የገለጹበት ሁኔታ አለ። ከዚህ ተያይዞም ከመደመር ጋር ያነሱት ሀሳብ አለ። በተለይ መደመር የሚለው ፍልስፍና ህብረትን አንድነትን ወደ አንድ ከማምጣት በተጨማሪም ፓን አፍሪካኒዝም የሚለው ሐሳብም ወደ ላቀ ደረጃ ለማድረስም ጠቃሚ ፍልስፍና መሆኑን አጽንኦት ሰጥቷል። ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያ ይህን ፍልስፍና በመከተልም ዘርፈ ብዙ የሚባሉ የኢኮኖሚያዊ ፖለቲካዊ እንዲሁም ዲፕሎማሲያዊ ውጤት ማግኘቷም በንግግራቸው እንግዲህ ያነሱት ጉዳይ ነው።
እንግዲህ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ በተለይም የመደመር ፍልስፍና ህብር የሆነ ማህበረሰብን የማቀፍ ኃይል እንዳለው ልክ እንደዛ ሁሉ አፍሪካ በርካታ ሀገራት ያሉባት እንደመሆኗ መጠን የአፍሪካዊ ጽንሰ ሀሳብ ወይም ፓን አፍሪካኒዝም ብለን የምንጠራውን ለማጠናከር የመደመር እሳቤ እንደሚረዳ አንስተዋል። ከዛም ባሻገር ግን በተለይም ደግሞ በቀኝ ግዛት ጊዜ አፍሪካ የደረሰባት ጉዳት በአንድም በኢኮኖሚ ሁለትም ደግሞ በሰብአዊ መብት አንጻር ራሱ የደረሰባትን ግፍ መመልከት እንችላለን። ያንን ያንን እንግዲህ መሻር የምንችለው የደረሰብንን ጠባሳ መሻር የምንችለው በህብረት ሰርተን መለወጥ ስንችል ነው በኢኮኖሚ አፍሪካ ራሷን እንድትችል ማድረግ ስንችል ነው ቁስሏን መሻር የምንችለው የሚል ሀሳብ አንስቷል ከዛም ውጪ እንግዲህ ይሄን ማድረግ የሚቻልበት አንዱ በተለይም የምግብ ዋስትና ማረጋገጥ ነው ከምግብ ዋስትና ጋር አያይዞ ያነሱት ሀሳብ አለ ይህም ኢትዮጵያ በግብርና ይዛ የተንቀሳቀሰችውን ትልሞች ከማሳካት አንፃር ሰፊ ስራ መሰራቱን በተለይ ከስንዴ ምርት ጋር ተያይዞ ያነሱት ሀሳብ አለ ኢትዮጵያ ከዚህ ቀደም ከውጭ ሀገራት ስንዴ በስፋት እንደምታስገባ ይታወቃል ያንን ከማስቀረት ጀምሮ ኤክስፖርት እስከማድረግ ድረስ የደረሰችበት አቅም መፍጠር ችላለች እና ይህም በግብርና ዘርፍ የተሰራው ነው ያ ስራ እንግዲህ ከአፍሪካ ቀዳሚ የስንዴ አምራች ሀገር እንድትሆን አድርጓታል ይህም በኢኒሺዬቲቭ በተለይ ደግሞ በግብርና ላይ ብቻ ተወስዶ በተሰራው የኢኒሺዬቲቮችን ስንወስድ እንግዲህ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ በአብይነት ያነሱት የስንዴ ልማት ይሁን እንጂ በተለያዩ ዘርፎች የምንመለከታቸው ከሌማት ትሩፋት ጋር ተያይዞ የሚሰሩ ስራዎች በኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ያመጡትን ለውጥ መመልከት እንችላለን ምክንያቱም በተለይ የኑሮ ውድነትን መባባስን የሚያመጡት የምግብ ዋስትናን ማረጋገጥ ከሚቻልባቸው ዘዴዎችን መከተል ሳይችል ስትቀር ነው በተለይም ከውጭ የሚገቡ ምርቶች በመጡ ቁጥር የውጭ ምንዛሪ ይጠይቃሉና ነው በተለይ ስንዴ ስንወስድ ኢትዮጵያ ራሷን ችላ ወደ አፍሪካ ሀገራት ኤክስፖርት የማድረግ ስራ መጀመሯ ደግሞ ትልቅ ነገር መሆኑን አንስተዋል ከዛም ውጪ ትውልድ በተለይ የዲያስፖራው ማህበረሰብ ተሳትፎ ነው ትልቁ ነገር ምክንያቱም ዲያስፖራው በተለያዩ ዓለም ሀገራት ላይ ተበታትኖ ይኖራል ሀገሩን ሀገሩንም ማገዝ አስፈላጊ ነውና የዲያስፖራዎችም ተሳትፎ እንዲጠናከር የመደመር ሐሳብ ሲባል በአፍሪካ ውስጥ ያሉትን ብቻ ይዞ መዝለቅ ሳይሆን ከአፍሪካ ውጭ ያሉ አፍሪካውያንንም በማስተሳሰር ሰፊ ስራ መሰራት እንደሚያስፈልግ አንስተዋል ከዛም ውጪ አፍሪካ ዘላቂ ሰላምና ብልጽግናን ለማረጋገጥ መደመር አፍሪካ የሚፈልጋትን ወይም የምንመኛትን አፍሪካ ለማሳካት ትልቅ ሚና ይኖራል 2063 የተያዘውን አጀንዳ ለማሳካት ትልቅ ራዕይ ሰንቃ አፍሪካ የሄደች ነው ያንን ራዕይ ለማሳካት ግን የሁሉም ሀሳብ የመደመር እሳቤ እንደሚያስፈልግም አንስተዋል
እንግዲህ በግብርናው ዘርፍ ያለፉት አመታት ውጤቱ ስናይ ራሱ ከዚህ በፊት የነበሩት ስርዓቶች በሀገራችን ግብርና መር ብቻ የሚል የኢኮኖሚ እንቅስቃሴ እናከናውን ነበር ከለውጡ አመታት ወዲህ ግን የኢትዮጵያ ኢኮኖሚ በአምስት አምዶች ተከፍሎ ግብርናም እንዲሁም ቱሪዝም ማዕድን እንዲሁም የተለያዩ አውዶች አካቶ በተለይ ደግሞ ዲጂታል ስርዓቱ ራሱ አንዱ የኢትዮጵያ ኢኮኖሚ ምሰሶ አድርጎ ከመስራት አንጻር ራሱ ዘርፈ ብዙ የሚባሉ ለውጦች ተመዝግበዋል በግብርናው ዘርፍ ስንዴ ብቻ አነሳን እንጂ በሌማት ትሩፋት ራሱ ብዙ ለውጦች ምግብ ራስን ከመቻል አንጻር ተያይዞም ጥሩ የሚባሉ ውጤቶችም የተመዘገቡበት ሁኔታ አለ ግብርና ራሱ ብናይ የ2016 ዓመተ ምህረት ሪፖርት እንደሚያመለክተው በ6.9 በመቶ እድገት ነው እንግዲህ በሀገራችን ያስመዘገበችው ይህን ውጤት ደግሞ ሰርቶ መለወጥ እንደሚቻል ለአፍሪካውያን ብቻ ሳይሆን ለሌሎች ሀገራትም የዓለም ሀገራትም ተሞክሮ ሊሆን እንደሚችል ምስክርነት የተሰጠበት ጉዳይ አለ ለምሳሌ ያህል የፋኦ ሽልማት ባለፈው አመት የነበረው እንቅስቃሴ ስናይ ራሱ ኢትዮጵያ የሄደችበት ርቀት አሁንም ይቀራል አሁንም እየሰራች ነው ከዚህ በፊት በአመት አንዴ ብቻ የሚመረትበት የነበረ አሰራር በመቀየርም በአመት 3 የሚመረትበት ሂደት ከዚህ ጋር ተያይዞ ሜካናይዜሽን ራሱ ስናነሳ ከዚህ በፊት በበሬ ብቻ የሚታረስ የነበረ ወይም ደግሞ በበሬ ብቻ የሚሰራ የነበረ አስተሳሰብ በመቀየር በትራክተር የሚታረስበት በትራክተር ታርሶም ሲታጨድ እህል ብክነትን በሚቀንስ መልኩ የመስራት እንቅስቃሴ ራሱ የኢትዮጵያ ግብርና አንዱ ጥሩ የሚባል ውጤት ማምጣቱን ማሳያ እንደሆነ የሚገለጹበት ጉዳይ አለ የተለያዩ የአፍሪካ ሀገራት መሪዎችም በሀገራችን ተገኝተው ግብርና እንቅስቃሴም ጎብኝተው ተሞክሮ የሚሆን ሀሳብ እንዳለውም የወሰዱበት እንዲሁም ደግሞ ሀሳባቸውም የገለጹበት ሂደት አለ ከዚህ ጋር ተያይዞ ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ እንግዲህ ሌላ ያነሳው ጉዳይ ከዲጂታል ስርዓት ጋር ተያይዞ ነው አለማችን አሁን ያለችበት ሁኔታ እንግዲህ እንደ ድሮ አይደለም ሁሉም ነገር ከንክኪ ውጭ የሆነ ወደ ዲጂታል ስርዓት እየተቀየረ ነው አፍሪካ ደግሞ በ2063 አጀንዳዋ ውስጥ አንዱ ዲጂታል ስርዓትን ማረጋገጥ ነው ዲጂታል ስርዓት የሚረጋገጠው ደግሞ ከሌሎች በማምጣት ሳይሆን የኛን አቅም በመጠቀም አፍሪካውያን ተማሪዎች አሉ እነዚህ ብዙ ነገር መስራት የሚችሉ አቅም ያላቸው ስለዚህ መንግስታትም እነዚህ ተማሪዎች አቅማቸው እንዲያወጡ ወይም ደግሞ እነዚህ ወጣቶች አቅማቸው ማውጣው ለአፍሪካ የሚጠቅም ነገር ከመገንባት አንጻርም ሁሉም መንግስታት የራሳቸውን ድርሻ ሊወጡ ይገባል የአፍሪካ ህብረትም አንዱ የአጀንዳ 2063 እቅዱ ስለሆነ ይህን ከማሳካት አንጻር በደንብ መስራት ይገባበታል ሀገራችን ኢትዮጵያም በ2025 ዲጂታል ስርዓትን ተግባራዊ ለማድረግም ዘርፈ ብዙ የሚባሉ እንቅስቃሴዎች እያካሄደች ትገኛለች ባለፈው የብልጽግና ፓርቲ ሁለተኛ ጉባኤ እናስታውሳለን የነበረው የፕሬዝዳንት ምርጫ መገለጫዎችም ዲጂታል ስርዓትን ኡን ከማድረግ አንጻር የኢትዮጵያ እንቅስቃሴ አንዱ ጥሩ ማሳያ ተብሎ ሊገለጽ ይችላል። የፋይዳ ዲጂታል ማስታወቂያም ካየነውም ራሱ አንዱ ጥሩ እንቅስቃሴ ነው። ነገር ግን አሁንም ይቀራል፣ በደንብ መስራት ይጠበቅብናል የሚል ሀሳብ ማጽኖት መንሰጥተን የገለጹበት ሁኔታ አለ። ከዚህ አልፎም የጂኦፖለቲካዊ አርቲፊሻል ወይም ሰው ሰራሽ የሚባለው የድንበር ሂደት ራሱ አፍሪካ በተቻለ መጠን የኢኮኖሚ እድገቷ እንዳታረጋግጥ እንቅፋት እየሆነባት ነው። ይህ ደግሞ የአፍሪካ መሪዎች በደንብ ተወያይተው በተለየ ነፃ ንግድ ቀጠና የሚባለው እንቅስቃሴ ኡን ከማድረግ አንጻር ለምሳሌ ነፃ ቪዛ የሚባለው የነጋና ሩዋንዳ ጋምቢያ እንቅስቃሴ አለ። መላ አፍሪካውያን ያለ ነፃ ማለትም በነፃ ቪዛ ገብተው የራሳቸውን ኢኮኖሚ እንቅስቃሴ እንዲያጠናክሩ እድል የሚፈጥር ነው። ስለዚህ በተቻለ መጠን እነዚህ አርቲፊሻል የሚባሉ በቀኝ ግዛት የነበሩ የድንበር አካልንም የኛን ኢኮኖሚ በማይጎዳ መልኩ መስራት እንዳለበት ዋና ትኩረት ሊሆን የሚገባው የጋራ እድገት መሆኑ ማጽኖት መስጠትም ያነሱበት ሁኔታ አለ።
አዎ በተለይ ከግብርና ጋር ተያይዞ ኢትዮጵያ እንግዲህ እንደሚታወቀው በዝናብ ጥገኝነት የሚታረስበት በበሬ ጫንቃ ላይ የተጣለ የግብርና ስርዓት ነበር የምትከተለው። ያንን ከማዘመን አንጻር የተሰሩ ሰፋፊ ስራዎችንም አንስተዋል። ከዛም ባሻገር እንግዲህ ስለ ሰላም አጽንኦት ያነሱበት ጉዳይ አለ። ስለ ሰላም ስናነሳ እንግዲህ በተለያዩ ሁኔታዎች በአፍሪካ ውስጥ የሚፈጠሩ የሰላም ችግሮች አፍሪካ ላይ የሚያደርሱት ተጽዕኖ በተለይ ከኢኮኖሚ አንጻር የሚያደርሱት ውድመት ሰፊ በመሆኑ በጣም ሊሰራበት እንደሚገባ ብልጽግናን ለማረጋገጥ ገዢዎች ደግሞ ባስቀመጡት ይሄ የድንበሩ ቀደም ብለን ያነሳነው አርቲፊሻል ድንበሩ ያንን ተከትሎ የሚሄድ ሳይሆን አፍሪካ እንደ አፍሪካ በአንድነት መቆም አለባት የሚል ሀሳብ አንስተዋል። ከዲጂታላይዜሽን ጋር ተያይዞ በተለይ እንደ ኢትዮጵያ እንኳን ብንወስድ የተሰሩ ስራዎች ቀደም ብለን ያነሳውን ጨምሮ ሌሎችም ለምሳሌ ክፍያዎችን ብንመለከት የትራፊክ መቀጣጫ እንኳን ብናነሳ ነዳጅን ለመቅዳት በተለያዩ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ እየተደረጉ ያለው የዲጂታላይዜሽን ስራዎች አሉ። ከዛም ውጪ ፓስፖርት እንኳን ዲጂታል እንዲሆን እየተሰራ ያለበት ሁኔታ አለና ይሄ አፍሪካ ወደፊት በዲጂታላይዜሽን ዓለም ውስጥ ያላትን ሰፊ ድርሻ ተቆናጣ እንድትሄድ የሚያስችል ነው። ከዛም ባለፈ እንግዲህ ቀደም ብለን ያነሳ ነው በተለይ ስለ አፍሪካዊ ችግሮች አንስተናል። አፍሪካ ውስጥ የሚስተዋሉ ችግሮች የሰላም፣ የኢኮኖሚ፣ የፍትሃዊነት ጥያቄ ቀደም ብለን ያነሳ ነው የመሪ ቃሉን መነሻ በማድረግ ያነሳ ነው ጉዳይ አለና በተለይም ስለ ፍትሃዊነት ስናነሳ ፍትሃዊ የሀብት ክፍፍል በአፍሪካ ውስጥ እንዲኖር ከዚህ ቀደም በደረሰባት ጫና ፍትሃዊ የሆነ ካሳ እንዲከፈላት አፍሪካ ጥያቄዎች እየቀረቡ ይገኛሉ። ከዛም ባለፈ እንግዲህ የተለያዩ ጉዳዮች ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ አንስተዋል። እንግዲህ በቀጣይ ደግሞ ባልደረቦቻችንም እዛ ስለሚገኙ ሙሳ ከአፋርኛ ቋንቋ በቀጥታ መስመር ላይ ይገኛል። የእሱን ሀሳብ ተከታትለን ተመልሰን እንገናኛለን።
مرحبا أوركني كتات جيت إنتان ما صدّن كي بحر هيل أفريقيا هيك لكامي رحتي كبر كني هي ثم كبروا ساكنا مساعة تقدر بهنا برابر سلتي تنتدير على الكادوكتورنا عم بسه جيت ما أوركني جرست جيت ما هاي أكحت متجيت إنها كبروا نهار سملاك دكتور أبي أحمد أيتونه كادوكو قال لي مرة لك نهار سيو كتب بين أنطونيو غوتريزي كله كادوكو أفريقيا هيك له كوميشنير موسى فاكي محمد تانوكو برابر سلتي تهم مقلب ليلة دكتور كادوكو اللي جيت إنتي تنتان كبر كني تمتجي هي كبروا الجيت مه نهار سملاك دكتور أبي أحمد دكتور سهين ينفر ملكا دكتورنا أفريقيا بعد حد دكتور تيتان قبض عليك تونا أقولو مع الرصف فردين تحتني مي فارموكا دكتورنا دكتور سهي كله كادوكو أفريقيا لا وارلي سلاماي عدالة كي تونا كادوكو حرك تنهتن كبدات دري فدي قوتان فردين تحتني كي أفريقيا كامولا يوغ دكتور كادوكتورنا دابسيه تنهتن حدود كي رعتي تيتان قرة تماتي تيتان بودي تكي تعبت كادوكو فوح فن حل جيتان فردين تحتني مي نهارسي ملاك دكتور أبي أحمد كادوكو تمات الدير دكتور سهين ينفرمول ديجويسه كله كادوكو عرانجوا له تيتان كناني مانجنتناني السقول له تندولد دسهو برس له تندورت كي قبل تقلي تعلم فردين تحتني مي نهارسي ملاك تهالي كادوكتور نهيز حسه أفريقيا تعبي أفريقيا دايلو تفدقين فردين تحتني تحت مرحلو جرسته هنا أفريقيا نزين كادوكتور نهدي جويسانا ماي أفريقيا تكنولوجي كي تونا كادوكو ديجيتال تروحتن حاجة مع الروسان فردين تحتني مي نهارسي ملاك كادوكتور مرحلة ديجويسه سجيه كاتا مدقتينها بعرت تملكادو كو أفريقيا ما عدة كسي سدعتان كي برابر سريتين تنقر التليق عملك تاوعي مدعيتها تيتان تامو معروسانا مفردين تحت نمي نارسي ملاك تاو كو تما أرحال دا ترسيهن ينفار ملكادو كتونا دقويسيهي كلا كادو كو قال لي مروهق لكان هرسي كتبا بين أنطونيو غوتريزي تما أرحال كادو كو أبيه يابلا أكاتا مدقتينها قال لي مروهق له أقبتا لكادو كهتا لتينها أفريقيا بتاعتي تم حالتا برسريهن يندور تكاه دقرانا مفردين برسريهن دور كادو كنا دقرولون يسحس السجيه أرحال كادو كتونها موسى فاكي محمد أفريقيا هبركا إغلاكان هرسي تونح كومشنيري داترسيني هم فارملو به يابلا أفريقيا دتورته تيتان تبنا سنة تحدثا عبارة ونه هنا يكادو كو كوفيد طبعا كيسجل لكن مدانو كو مانغو تيتان جيب دابير تكادو تونح أفريقيا حد الما دختميته تنمي كادو كيس حسس جم تمدجه برسلو كو كبرو تونح جرستك جيت ما هو ركينه تنيتان تديراني محل تهي أنا ما أو بإني برابر سيتيتنا في التكادو سينفان هيله رعتيتنا في التلوكس نحبه
kulanti wacan oo wanaagsan daawadayaal waxaan ku sugannahay xarunta midowga Afrika ee magaalada caasimadda dalka ee magaalada Finfinne sida la ogsoon yahay kulankii hogaamiyaasha dalalka Afrika ama mandaqada Afrika ayaa ka qabsoomay maanta iyadoo oo hadda ay ka soo baxeen mas'uuliyiinta wadaxaajoodkii iyo wadahadalkii laga jeediyay waxa weeye goobtaasi waxa ka hadlay oo mas'uuliyiinta ka mid ahaa ka hadlay goobtaasi xoghayaha qaramada midoobeed Antonio Guterres sidoo kale waxa ka hadlay gudoomiyaha midowga Afrika mudane Musafaki Mohamed waxa la ogsoon yahay in xoghayaha qaramada midoobeed Antonio Guterres uu xusay amaba ujeediyay halkaasi warbixin ku saabsan arrimaha cadaaladda ku salaysan ee dalalka Afrika ay ku raadinayaan cadaaladda waxa laga dhigay arrinkan ayaa waxa looga dhigay halku dhig raadinta muwaadiniinta dalalka Afrika cadaaladda amaba ku salaysan saamigooda iyo daljawgi ku waxyeeloobay arrimahaasi dalalka shisheeye amaba waxa weeye dalalkii waayihii hore soo waxyeeleeyay haddaba xoghayaha guud ee qaramada midoobeed Antonio Guterres ayaa waxa uu sheegay in ay cadaalad tahay loona baahan yahay Afrika in ay hesho isla markaana ay waxa weeye ay tahay saami in ay cadaalad ku salaysan ay hesho oo amaba kab iyo ay hesho waxa weeyaan waxyaabaha ay u baahan yihiin dalalka Afrika iyo dadka ku waxyeeloobay shir madaxeedka 38aad ee midowga Afrika ee ka socda caasimadda dalka ayaa sidoo kale xoghayuu waxa uu ku sheegay fariin uu ka jeediyay qaramada midoobeed in Afrika ay muhiim tahay in ay hesho cadaaladdaasi gudoomiyaha guddiga midowga Afrika mudane Musafaki Mohamed oo asagana ka hadlay xoojinta xiriirka dalalka Afrika ayaa waxa uu xilka soo hayay muddo 8 sano ah ayuu xilka ka soo hayay goobtani asagoo oo bogaadiyay arrimahan laga hadlayo isagoo oo u mahad celiyay sida ay uga go'an tahay in si wada jira loola wada shaqeeyo qaramada midoobeed arrinkaasina mahad celin ayuu ka soo jeediyay waxaa sidoo kale la sheegay in codsiga kursiga joogtada ah in laga siiyo golaha ammaanka ee midowga Afrika isla markaasna ay tahay muhiim xoghayaha ayaa waxa uu sheegay inay habboon tahay in magdhow ay raadiso Afrika isla markaasna ay mudan tahay wuxuu yiri waxa dadaalo loogu jiraa oo la xoojinaya in dalalka Afrika ay helaan cadaaladda dhankiisa ra'iisul wasaare Dr. Abiy Ahmed oo ka hadlay arrinkan ayaa waxa uu sheegay codsiga isku dheelitiran ee ay dalalka Afrika weydiisanayaan caalamka kale in ay muhiim tahay fariinu ra'iisul wasaaruhu furitaanka shir madaxeedka qaramada midoobeed ee 38aad uga hadlay midowga Afrika oo halku dhig looga dhigay cadaalad raadinta Afrika sidaa darteed waxa uu yiri codsiga magdhowga ee Afrika ma aha mid abaalmarin iyo taageero dhaqaale ah balse waa arin cadaalad ku salaysan warbixin lamid ah intaynu idin soo gudbin doono ilaa bari ayuu soconayaa oo 16 bisha February 2025 taariikheedka Itoobiya waxaan idin kala socodsiinaynaa xarunta dhexe midowga Afrika ee magaalada Finfinne Maxamed Xasan
انطلقت القمة. مشاهدينا الكرام طبعا هذا بث مباشر من مقر الاتحاد الافريقي بقمة الاتحاد الافريقي 38 لرؤساء لقادة ورؤساء الاتحاد الافريقي. طبعا هذه القمة انطلقت صباح اليوم بكلمة من رئيس الوزراء الدكتور أبي أحمد، وطبعا هذه القمة عقدت تحت شعار العدالة للأفارقة والمنحدرين من أصول إفريقية للتعويضات، وهذه التعويضات هي تعويضات إما تعويضات مالية وإما الاعتراف بأخطاء الماضي وتصحيح السياسات المستقبلية. كما تتضمن هذه التعديلات استرجاع القطع الأثرية المنحوبة. وذكر رئيس الوزراء الدكتور أبي أحمد خلال قمة اليوم بأن إثيوبيا تقف مع الدول الإفريقية وخاصة وقفت مع السودان سابقا والآن أيضا تقف معها لحل أزمتها التي تعاني من الحرب، وهي طبعا واضحة في سياستها مع دول الجوار أن تكون واضحة وأن تكون سياستها واضحة تجاه دول الجوار، وأن تكون دول الجوار يعني تكون سالمة وخالية من النزاعات المحلية. وطبعا في خلال القمة ذكر موسى فقي عبر الشكر للقادة الذين عملوا في الاتحاد الإفريقي خلال فترة ولايته كرئيس لمفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي خلال 8 سنوات، وأشاد وعرفت وذكر أن ولايته عرفت العديد من التطورات المختلفة والإنجازات وأيضا العقبات المختلفة مثل كوفيد-19 وأيضا مثل حروب بين أوكرانيا وروسيا، وهذه من العزمات التي تمت خلال فترة ولايته مما أدى إلى تدهور بعض الأوضاع الاقتصادية في الدول الإفريقية وفي الشرق الأوسط. أيضا الشعوب الإفريقية عانت الأزمات المختلفة كما أن شعوب الشرق الأوسط عانت الأزمات المختلفة. وذكر أيضا أن الشعب الفلسطيني عانى من أبشع الظلم خلال هذه الفترة، وذكر أن كما أنهم كانوا صامدين مع الصمت المطبق للعالم. وطبعا يوم أمس قاموا بتوثيق الوثيقة الاتفاقية بين القوات المتصارعة في ليبيا، وهناك قواعد ذكر موسى فكي أن هناك قواعد مالية التي تحتاج إلى تصحيح الأخطاء الماضية، وأيضا ذكر أن يجب إلى تعزيز منطقة التجارة الحرة. وخلال كلمته أمام رؤساء القادة شكر موسى فاكي أنطونيو غوتيريس وسماه بصديق إفريقيا. وأيضا ذكر أن مجلس السلم والأمن لازم أن يقوم بدوره بشكل فعال ويتخذ إجراءات لكي لا يكون قوانينه حبرا على ورق. وأيضا كما أكد أن إفريقيا يجب أن تخدم رؤيتها الإفريقية باستغلال الفرص المتاحة، وأيضا لتحقيق طموحات أجندة إفريقيا لعام 2063. وأخيرا تعهد موسى فكي لمواصلة خدمة الشعب الإفريقي في بخدمة الشعب الإفريقي. وذكر أيضا أنطونيو غوتريس خلال القمة أن إفريقيا تعرضت للعديد من الظلمات من الظلم ومنها الاستعمار وتجارة الرقيق، وذكر أن الوقت حان لجبر تلك الأضرار، وأيضا ولها يجب ويكون ضروريا لتجد إفريقيا مقعدا في مجلس الأمن والسلم في الاتحاد الأوروبي. وأيضا ذكر أن السودان تشهد هو أيضا ذكر أن السودان تشهد أزمة كارثية، لذلك فإن الجلسات اليوم تركزت على العديد من القرارات السياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية، وذكروا وأن إفريقيا لديها طموحات مختلفة وأجندات مختلفة، ويجب التكاتف والوحدة لتأديد تلك الأجندات والطموحات التي تحتاج إلى تحقيقها في المستقبل من خلال أجندة 2063 أجندة إفريقيا 2063. وأوبين يكون معكم بالبث المباشر باللغات المختلفة، وكونوا معنا إلى نهاية قمة الاتحاد الإفريقي.
كما يتعلو كبرات تملكتنا خمس فلت قباي مبل 38 قباي حبرة أفريقيا للمعنت بعلة جميرو أوزي استجمر قباي حبرة أفريقيا ما يتكع سفر لي مرحلة الحاجات ترخيبة من قاعدة مشتكعة مدرس جبرون له أبون بركم مشين حبرة أفريقيا مصافك محمد مدرس جيرونيرهم أمدروا مقع أبز حلفوا ني سلطان زمنهم تعمي سنة يستبهلك إذا خمس حلفوا أفريقيا كعب في اللايكعة أب تكبر أجندة إسرائيل سلستن بعتهم نقد سرح استفر لي سرحة خمس توجنا قالت أميرهم كعوت الصاقعة أزمة لغتهم نيمودات عمل لغتهم بمخانو حقوس خمس خانون كمون كعة أبز نبرهم شو مونتا عمت حزب منجستي إثيوبيا نزل يوم سنة تكبر مسجانهم بمجلات وريدهم يوماتي كعو مصل كعة قدام مينستر دكتور أبي أحمد مدرس جبر انتخانو توم قدام مينستر أبستفار له زعوات قريبهم مدرس اسمه انتخانو ماتو وفي اللي كعقبتهم مدرهم من تطلع كنا العلك لنا فلسفنا من المر بزحنة حبرة النمط الخار كل فكرة خمسة اللون كله بان أفريقانيزم النمط الخار كحجز يجيبها كله جالس أميرهم كانتون كل أفريقيان بحد نتخينه في اللي كأفريقيان تجمعات بأفريقيان فتح نخرخبو أبزل زعوة مالتي كل أفريقيان بحد نخينه كسر خمس جبايم جالسهم كوابتو صح كعب بعدها مجزات زمت أن سبرات بعد خاب مخالن دخلنا بمسعرن كن حيو يجيب أن كبل يوم جالسهم كابز في اللي كعب مزي سطح زلعلو حسب مالتي أفريقيان أبزحلفو جزات بستوجدوا مالتي كحسك وهو ميجيبا زبل حسب على العلوم نيرهم زغبال كلا في اللي أفريقيان بعدها مجزات هنا كتاس بخال نجارات كم كعب كل ما لوتي بنبرة لوتي نبرة عير ناتها سيد كم تركب بمجرات مالتي نزكعة جبوز هنا كحسك وهو بنا يجيبا زبل حسب على العلوم نيرهم هذه قداي كحسكعة رديت زي خونه حاجة زي خونه فتحني من قص فتحني معسل زعبا خمس خونه يوم قليت أميرهم مالتي كعب صاكعة بفلك عن نزل نم بدها مالتي معبرات المتاتن قبرنا تكبر بمقبر عرسنا بمقال دخلنا كنت في جبا قبل قليت أميرهم نزل كعا إثيوبيا كعمرايا خمس خونات على العلم نيرهم زخ بهال كلهم بفلي مس عودي قبرنا تتحيزو إثيوبيا بزح الساعات كأفريقيا فلا ميتي صرنا يتمرت حاجة خمس خوناتون قليت أم نيرهم مالتي فلك عن قطع تولد كعا زبن ساقاري سرت نمبر أفريقيا دياسبورا من كحن مستعفني جبا قبل قليت أم نيرهم مالتي وعمدرهم فلا زخ بهال كله أفريقيا دياسبورا هجرهم فساس نخجورو منك إحنا خفتار زبل ملقتهم أما حلفهم كاب توصاك عماتيو أبا أفريقيا زلقة السلام من معبالين من الرجات بحبار بمدمر أفريقيان ندلات مع بلد هاجر مفتر نخلينا لبعداوي مجزاتي سبراتنا بزيك نحوي نخلينا كل يوم قليت أماتنا إحنا أفريقيان نحرت حبابينا بحدنا الدول نحلنا نحرت تدميرنا هاجرنا أفريقيا أنا بتدلي وبركن خطبت صح مقبار نخلينا كم مكعة نبعداوي مجزات السبرات كع بزينا خنا وحوي نخيل كبلهم ملختهم محالفة مالتيو فلي كع خمس قدم نزل عليكو حتى كحسا كع كاب قلب الزلالة مالتيو فتحنا من قاس حتى خمس خونة مع علوم نيرم سلازي كع زخونة يكون زري سب ومعرنا تخابيرو من تاخنا بر فتح من قاس وساني يكبلهم عليهم خناتون أفريقيا بمعرنة بحرنة خوينهم نحرس رحم أبز حشة بركة خمس وتحم قلتهم يوم كابتن صاكعة وأنا صحفي ودي حوارات منقصات أنتوني كتوريز ملختي أبز حماتي بفلا أنتوني كتوريز أبز محلفو مدارو مالتيو أفريقيا أو بيت مخلصات ودي حوارات منقصات قوامي مقامات نختركب بعتب خمس سرحة يوم قليس أميرهم كسح بس قوامي مقامات زي مركبة لك عقبة بخمس يخونه بمقلات مالتيو أبز حس ساعات جن إذا قوامي مقامات نختركب بعتب كسرع خمس جباء يوم ملختهم محالفهم زوم وانا صحفي ودي حوارات منقصات أنتوني كتوريز مالتي كابزو تساكع أبز حسات أب فلاي أب السودان ديمقراطيك ريبابليك كونغو زلو كينات حدو دو كبلي جبا قبلوا ملتهم محلف مخاتهم زح الساعات أب كونغون أب ديمقراطيك أب السودان جونس مهلاوي زفلته إذا جونس كعد دو كبل تحاسبهم ملوماتي كابتو ساقي أبزي أنا لهم زمن حبرة أفريقيا ببعمتو أبوهم بر حبرة أفريقيا زمرت انتخون عميز نبرت موريتانيا مالتي لهم زمن نأنغولا نأبوهم برنت سلطان عركي بالا مالتي أبو أنغولا كعني لهم زمن أبوهم بر حبرة أفريقيا خوينا تمريت سالك سوق طلع عمت أنغولا تمر رح تخون كرة ملكتنا كاب أفريقيا حبرة كتافنا ونباخم منا بنا نركب حزون عن حيتكم سنة خونا عدمنا
አመሰግናለሁ 38ኛው የአፍሪካ ህብረት የመሪዎች ጉባኤ እንግዲህ ተጀምሯል። ጉባኤው ለሁለት ቀናት የሚቆይ መሆኑ ነው እንግዲህ የሚታወቀው። እንግዲህ እንዳጠቃላይ በዚህ ጉባኤ መክፈቻ ላይ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ የመክፈቻ ንግግር አድርገዋል። ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ በተለይ በመክፈቻ ንግግራቸው የፓን አፍሪካኒዝም መሰረት ወደ ነች ኢትዮጵያ እንኳን በሰላም መጣችሁ ሲሉ ነው መልእክታቸውን ማስተላለፍ የጀመሩት። እንግዲህ እንዳጠቃላይ ዘላቂ የልማት ግቦችን ለማረጋገጥ አፍሪካውያን አንድነታቸውን ማጠናከር ይጠበቅባቸዋል። እንደዚሁም ደግሞ በአህጉሪቱ ሰላምና ዘላቂ ሰላምን በማከናወን በአፍሪካ የሚሰሩ ስራዎችን ማጠናከር እንደሚገባ ነው ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ በመልእክታቸው ያነሱት። እንደዚሁም የአህጉራዊ የተሟላ አቅም ያላት አፍሪካ በህብረትና በአንድነት መስራት ከተቻለ የቀጣዩን አፍሪካ የበለጸገች አፍሪካ መገንባት እንደሚቻል ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ አንስተዋል። የአፍሪካ ድምጽ እንደዚሁም በዓለም አቀፍ መድረኮች መሰማት ይኖርበታል። እንደዚሁም ደግሞ የተደማጭነቷም ተጠናክሮ መቀጠል አለበት ሲሉ ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ በመልእክታቸው አንስተዋል። አፍሪካ በዓለም በቴክኖሎጂ ረገድ የዓለም ቴክኖሎጂን መጠቀም ብቻ ሳይሆን እሷም ማበርከት አለባት የሚል መልእክት አንስተዋል። እንግዲህ በዚህ ረገድ ደግሞ በተለይ በሰው ሰራሽ አስተውሎት እንደዚሁም ደግሞ በሞባይል ቴክኖሎጂና በፋይናንስ ዘርፍ አፍሪካውያን ትብብራቸውን ማጠናከር እንዳለባቸው ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ አንስተዋል። በተለይም ኢትዮጵያ ደግሞ በአገር በቀል በሆነው የመደመር እሳቤ በርካታ ለውጦችን ማምጣቷን ነው ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትር ዶክተር አብይ አህመድ በመክፈቻ ንግግር ያነሱት። በተለይም ደግሞ በግብርናው ዘርፍ የተሰሩ ስራዎች አመርቂ ውጤት ማምጣታቸውን አንስተዋል። አሁን ላይ ኢትዮጵያ ከአፍሪካ ግንባር ቀደም ስንዴ አምራች መሆኗን ነው ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ ያነሱት። በፖለቲካው ዘርፍም እንደዚሁ የመደመር እሳቤ ጠንካራ የፖለቲካ ባህል እያዳበረ መሆኑን አንስተዋል። እንዳጠቃላይ የመደመር እሳቤ ለፓን አፍሪካኒዝም ስኬታማነትም የሚያበረክተው አስተዋጽኦ ጉልህ መሆኑን ነው ጠቅላይ ሚኒስትሩ እያነሱት። ቀጥሎ እንግዲህ የአፍሪካ ህብረት ኮሚሽን ሊቀመንበር ሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድም መልእክት አስተላልፈዋል። እንዳጠቃላይ በአፍሪካ በተለይም ባለፉት ሁለት ተርም ባከናወኑት የሊቀመንበርነት ሚና 55ቱን የአፍሪካ አባል ሀገራትን መጎብኘታቸውን አንስቷል። አፍሪካ በተለይም በሰው ሰራሽና በተፈጥሮ አደጋ የተለያዩ ጉዳቶች እየደረሱባት መሆኑን በማንሳት እነዚህን ጉዳቶች ደግሞ ለመቀነስ በህብረት መስራት አስፈላጊ መሆኑን አንስተዋል። ለአፍሪካውያን በተለይም የምግብ ዋስትናን ማረጋገጥ በቴክኖሎጂ ዘርፍ እንደዚሁም ደግሞ በአርቲፊሻል ኢንተለጀንስ ዘርፍ የተሰሩ ስራዎች ተጠናክረው ሊቀጥሉ እንደሚገባ ነው ሙሳ ፋኪ መሐመድ ያነሱት። በተለይ በዩክሬንና በሩሲያ መካከል የተደረገው ጦርነትም እንደዚሁ ለአፍሪካውያን የአሉታዊ ተጽዕኖ እንደነበረው ነው ያነሱት። በሱዳን ያለው የእርስ በርስ ጦርነት እንደዚሁም ደግሞ በፊልስጤም ያለው ጦርነት መቋጫ ማግኘት እንዳለበት ሙሳ ፋቂ መሐመድ አንስተዋል። የተባበሩት መንግስታት ድርጅት ዋና ጸሐፊ አንቶኒዮ ጉተሬዝም በመልእክታቸው በተለይም አፍሪካ ባለፉት ዓመታት ያከናወነችው ስራዎች አመርቂ መሆናቸውን ያነሱት በአፍሪካ ዘላቂ ሰላምን ማረጋገጥ እንደዚሁም ግጭቶችን ማስወገድ ተገቢ መሆኑን አንስተዋል። በተለይ አፍሪካውያን በሰፊ ቁጥራቸው ወጣቶች እንደመሆኑ መጠን ወጣቶችን በተለያዩ መስክ በማሰማራት በቴክኖሎጂ በማዘመን